The cards speak. Justice listens. Welcome to the unseen. Truth doesn't hide forever, not from the eyes that see. Spirits stir, clues awaken. Let the seeing begin. Behind every crime, a shadow speaks. I'm Lady Zelda. Welcome to Seeing Crime.
Well, hello there. I'm tucked over here in the corner. How are you? Welcome. Welcome to this special edition of Seeing Crime. I am Lady Zelda. Today is Sunday, September 14th, and I'm so excited to be here, aren't you? I mean, my goodness, welcome, welcome, welcome. It's 2:00 in the afternoon. I didn't know 2:00 came twice in one day. Hello. Well, I would love to thank True Oracle for being here and collaborating with me. And I want to welcome to each and every one of you coming in today. This is exciting. We are here for one thing only, and that is to help out Mike with his legal defense fund. And what I would like to say is I have pinned the defense fund in the chat, and I have put it in the show notes, and Captain Jerry has the link as well if you need it. So I would prefer, if you make a dono, if you would put the initials ZK for Zelda Kelly, because I want to keep track of how we do. It's not a competition, but hey, it's a competition, right? Right? So if you could do that for me. Also, I'm going to put up my grifter badge up here. Now, I would prefer, pardon me, starting already, I would prefer that you make a donation directly to Mike's link. It helps with the goodies. However, if it's difficult for where you are to make a donation to Mike's link, you may send me a dono to here or to Cash App. Those addresses are also in the description of this video. And if you'll put in the comments for Mike, that way I know I need to send it over there and get it to him, because we don't want to mess up anything. Pardon me. We don't want to mess up the accounting. So welcome. This is going to be a lot of fun. And my darlings, I want you to hang out because we've got some beautiful guests that are going to stop by and say hello to us. And of course, I know that Mike is going to stop by, and I've got to tell you a little something. And you may not know this. Hi. Oh, hi, Sarah. Bless you. Thank you so much. Hold on. Thank you so much for doing this, Lady Zelda. I'm one of Mike's mods. We appreciate you. Well, you know what? I appreciate you, and thank you so much. It's not about me today. It is about Mike. And what I want to tell you is this. Pardon me. Drink time. and it's water with lemon. There we are. So there we are. But it's okay, Linda. You're here and you're showing support. And that's exactly, so if you can't donate, you're showing support. That's what it's all about. Now, hey, stick around. We're going to have a giveaway. We're going to make this a lot of fun. We're not here to be downtrodden and sad and negative. We're here to be very positive for Mike and for everyone around him. So I want to tell you this. I think it's really interesting. And you may not know this, but Mike and I really don't know each other. I mean, we recognized each other. We've kind of said a little bit of hello in passing. I called into Mike's show one time, and I even forget what it was. It was about something. It was about a judge, somebody's hearing, threatened him, don't sign in, blah, blah, blah. And so we had a live afterward. I happened to call in and said, I'll stream it. I'm not afraid. I'll stream it. Well, there was a little bit of camaraderie there. And let's face it, I'm not everybody's cup of tea, right? Because I am not the normal person on here. I'm the paranormal. So why be normal when you can be paranormal? That's it for today. Why be normal when you can be paranormal? So I don't fit into the realm, but that's the point that I want to make by being here. You don't have to. You don't have to believe in what everyone else thinks, says, or does. But what you do have to remember is you have a right to think and believe what you want. And that is the most important thing. And that's what's going on with Mike. That's what's going on with Aiden and many others who have suffered and used the justice system as a weapon. Don't like that. That doesn't sit with me very well. I know people that have had that. Not good. So that's why I'm here, because it doesn't matter if I know Mike or not. I believe in him for believing in what he believes in. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think it does. I believe that there is room for everyone. You don't, if you're here right now because of Mike, bless you and thank you. You don't have to believe in what we do. You don't have to believe in everything that we do or say or whatever. But when you're here, there's strength in numbers. And the support is so important. And especially in Massachusetts, I don't know what is going on with their legal system right now. Wow. But it's okay. We're going to be here. Thank you so much. So if you donate, thank you so much. Please remember to put a ZK behind the, oh, and I need to pull that up. Thank you for saying that, because I need to pull that up. And I'm talking about the website. I want to keep track of the website so we know exactly how things are going today. Now, I put as a time from 2 to 5. But you know me. I mean, what, right? So we're going to just keep going until we can't go anymore. And that's what we'll do. Hold on. Let me check out the link here and make sure that we're on in the right. Uh-oh, there's an error. Oh, I hope they don't have an error today. Hold on. Oh, it's verifying. So yeah, if you go to the Give, Send, Go, what it will do is it will say, oh, there's an error. And then it will start verifying you and all that other. Sometimes the things are weird. I mean, I don't know. So anyway, we're just going to see. So I'm going to pull that up. Give me a second. I'm going to pull that up right now. And it wants to be temperamental today. That's okay. We got time for you, darling. You be temperamental all you want. There we go. All right. Let me see. We have to type it in. There we go. Yay, yay. Look at the donations coming in already. Oh my heck, you guys are wonderful. This is terrific. Thank you so much. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Oh my gosh, my darlings, look at you. Go, go, go. Very good. Very good. All right. So we count. Okay, there we are. Isn't that fun? That's amazing. You guys are amazing. You're amazing. So anyway, my darlings, that is what's going on today. I can't wait until Mike will be on soon. Pardon me. Mike will be on soon. The link is in the description, my darling, and the links are pinned in both chats at the top. So so all you have to do is just look, and Captain Jerry put it in there. Hey, there's Mike right now. Thank you. Watching in the car headed home from the supermarket. Wait. Let's give him here we go. Mike is in the chat. Mike is in the chat. You're more than welcome. You're more than welcome. He's gone to the supermarket. We're just going to ask him what's for lunch, what's for dinner. Mike, you got to tell us, because we're all about the food on this channel. I mean, we like ghost stories, we like all that, but we need to know what everybody's eating. I'll tell you what, I had a big lunch today. I don't know if I have to eat now for another 2 or 3 days, but I mean, after all. So thank you so much. Thank you. Disney, you're not late at all. We just started. Thank you so much. Crocheting baby blankets. What fun. Well, you know what? There's nothing wrong with sitting, listening. That's what it's all about. So as we go through the day, hello, everyone coming in. Do me a favor, please. Bump. Give me the bump. Give me the Adelson bump. Okay. Subscribe, like, and I want to thank each and every one of you who went to the Twitter. I can't stop calling it Twitter. Hello. I mean, after all, everybody, don't you miss MySpace? Right? And then Facebook came out, and I kept calling it My Face or Spacebook or something, but I miss MySpace. That was the beginning. Thank you so much to each and every one of you. This is wonderful today. And do me a favor also, jump over and subscribe to Mike if you haven't already. Give him a like. Do all the YouTubey things, and it helps us. Joy Schmer says, I'm making homemade chicken and dumplings. We'll be over. Thank you. I made those the other day. Listen, you cannot beat a good piping hot bowl of chicken and dumplings. And if you come to my house for chicken and dumplings, we like a lot of dough in our chicken and dumplings. I put it in there. I mean, the chicken can just walk through, as far as I'm concerned. You can just walk through it. But give me the bowl of dumplings, and I'm there. Kathy R says he probably bought dog food. Oh, bless his heart. I've been buying cat food all morning. Amazon stopped selling the cat food that I liked. So, I have these picky ones who sit there and look, you'll see them during the stream, I'm sure, who sit there and look at me like, Mommy, I bought them all kinds of canned food. And I thought, oh, there's some shredded beef with gravy. If I were a cat, I'd be gobbling that up like a crazy woman if I were a cat. Who knows? I might have been in a last life. Hello. And there's my Sammy up there. And wouldn't you know that I got that for them and they lick off all the gravy and don't eat the shredded beef? They're probably saying, well, you know what? If you think you'd like, you can have it, Mommy. You go on. So I have I'm not going to waste it like that. I have cans and cans and cans of cat food, and I'll probably give it to the neighbor because she's got a cat, and we'll see. What did I have? Melissa wants to know what I had to eat today. I am almost embarrassed to tell you of the vast amount of food that I had, but I woke up hungry. I didn't have dinner last night. So I make homemade, some people call them latkes. I call them potato pancakes. I shred them. I wash them. I drain them. I pat them dry, make sure that they're not watery or anything, because you're not going to get a crispy potato pancake if you don't. And with that, I love cottage cheese, a particular kind, Kroger grocery store, the Kroger brand, small curd. Daisy, I don't like Daisy, not at all. But I had a little bit of cottage cheese, 2 eggs, and potato pancakes, and a pear, and an olive. What, Zelda, are you doing? But it was delicious. And I made them because my son does not like potato pancakes, and he worked all night, so he went to bed. And he said, Mom, because I made him his dinner this morning. And he said, Mom, why don't you just make yourself what you want? And I said, okay. Nobody needs to tell me twice. Let's go. So that's exactly what I did. So there we are. Thank you, my darlings. Thank you. Oh my gosh, $350. We're not even 20 minutes in. $350. Let's go. Let's go. I love it. I love it. Thank you, Patty. Thank you to each and every one of you. We're going to keep track. We're going to keep track. I love it. I love it. Let me see. Oh my goodness. Let me see what's going on. Somebody called me and I don't care. Well, wait a minute. It's the boss in Canada. I need to text him. Give me a second. I need to text him because we don't know. In fact, if you'll excuse me just for a moment, because I'm not usually live at this time, all of you talk amongst yourself. I'm going to mute myself. You can watch me talk on the phone. And I got to call him really quick. I'm going to call him really quick. Lasagna has entered the chat. I love it. I love it. Would love to have Mike over for chicken and dump. I love it. Mike's going to tell us a lot, but when he comes in here about his case, he was told it's not really a good idea to talk about it. And I don't think it is either, because after all, you know that they're watching. Hello. And I think we just need to be here to support him. All I know is a defamation case, and that's it. All I know is enough to know that I don't know enough, and it's okay. So if you could just bear with me one momento. I'm going to mute myself, and I'm right here, and I'll be right back. All is well in the land of Kanadida. All is need those glasses. Okay, if you go into my Amazon wish list, I have the glasses in there that I buy, and it will take you there. And from there, you can shop and do what you want to. The Amazon wish list is in the description as well, and it will come up in the chat shortly. I have Nightbot on, and you know what? Nightbot seems to be getting to be part of the family now. So anyway, thank you for allowing me to interrupt because all is well. So that's the deal. Let me see here. I had to tell Mrs. Marie. She sent me an absolutely beautiful picture of a sunset. And anytime anyone sends me that, I love it. Mary, yes, many people did post the link on the Twitter X universe. And so thank you. If you want to, you're more than welcome to. Thank you so much. Okay, I think you can hear me now. Yeah. My darlings, we have someone, a special guest here. And we all love her. And I don't know, listen, she's the one that we love. Anyway, let me just bring her on. You're going to absolutely adore this person. Let's give it up for Boston Bea.
Hi, Lady Z. Hi, everyone.
Hi, my darling. How are you?
Good. Happy Sunday.
Sunday
You look gorgeous.
You do too. Love you. Thank you so much.
No problem.
I saw your pictures from the Wilbur last night.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, you looked like you had so much fun. You looked like so much fun. I'm like, oh my gosh, and it's too far for me to come right now, because I don't fly. That's another story. That's a thing. But I'm so glad. Well, thank you for popping in. I know you've got a live here very soon, and I'm so glad that you popped in and said hello to us. Are you there?
Yes, sorry. Okay. I don't know what happened.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. It's StreamYard went wonky for a moment. I think you've got a live here pretty soon, don't you?
Yes. Yes, in a little while. DJ's going to pop in momentarily.
Okay,
so
good.
I just wanted to, yes. Hi, everyone.
I'm so glad. We heard from Mike. He was on his way home from the grocery store, the supermarket. Oh, okay. And now it's so funny. I have to ask you this because different parts of the country, world, universe, county,
yes,
I call it the market or grocery store. What do you call it there where you are?
Okay, so I would say the grocery store, but we have a local one called Market Basket. So we usually say we're going to Market Basket. So that's, implied that you're going to the grocery store. So
I think that is so funny because I've been many places before and it's just like you just don't know. So yeah, he said he was going to the supermarket, I think is what he said. So we get it. We get it.
Yes.
So what's going on with you, my darling? What's up?
So it's been a very eventful few days. We had the Wilbur show on Friday.
Yeah.
I got to meet Melanie Little.
Oh,
she is gorgeous.
Yes.
And it was so nice to see everyone. After the show, everybody was out on the sidewalk, just mingling. JFK and James Jackson and Kev were out there. So it was really nice to and then everyone went to the Encore Casino. So we all met up there. Beto, Bradle were there, like just everyone. Nice. It felt like this was the reunion that we all needed.
Yeah.
So it was like, so it was obviously it was, and Turtle Boy was there. I mean, everyone was there. And it was just like, we really haven't had a celebration. And this just felt, everything was so positive.
That's
Jimmy and Turtle Boy did a great job putting this together. It was somewhat of like a variety show. So it was like they had it very well scripted. And it was just like, it was never a dull moment. Like everything just was, it was amazing. And
right.
again, after at the encore was really nice to just, stand around, talk to people. And yeah, and then last night we went. So our friend, she's from Texas. She's come up a lot for the trial, and she was in town, and I hosted her here with me, and we went into Boston last night. So I think the pictures you saw was from us going into Boston and, having a great time. So I got in at 4 o'clock this morning. So here I
Oh,
am.
oh, good. Oh my gosh, that sounds like such a great time. Oh my gosh. And I'm so happy because I've heard each and every one. I've been watching, like Nurse Kim, Attorney Melanie had a little gig last night, a video that she was showing, and so many, and James JFK. Everybody was
Yes.
I don't even know. Will was showing some things that I was reading. And the first thing I thought of is, what camaraderie is this? This is just perfect. Everyone's getting together, blowing off a little steam, because this
Yeah.
has been horrible for everyone over 2 and 3 and 4 years. And I'm just glad that everyone was able to get together and finally meet some of us, or some of you in person, which is
Yes.
which is wonderful. That's always fun too.
It
So
is.
I'm so glad that that happened. I'm so
Yes. Oh my
glad.
gosh. It was so good to see everyone. Now we have a new case here in Massachusetts. I don't know if you heard about Kelsey Fitzsimmons, the
Yes,
North Andover police officer. Her bail was just revoked on,
that.
I forget if it was Thursday or Friday because my days have been blending on very little sleep. So, but unfortunately, because she was having a hard time breathing after she was shot by the two police officers. I mean, she was in the hospital for 53 days. Finally gets out, gets sent straight to jail, and now they had her bail hearing. They finally let her out, and now she's back because they want her to breathe into this machine, which Bradel, was arguing it's not that she can't do it, it's just very painful.
Mhm.
There are alternatives, and the judge said you can't do this, you're going back to jail. That's sad.
I heard Miss Melanie played the audio last night,
Yes.
and I listened to that and heard Kelsey sobbing at the end.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, heart-wrenching. What's going on with these judges?
I
What
don't
is going
know.
on?
And
Mm.
what makes no sense to me is the disparity between cases. Like, it's, somebody who has bigger charges are being let out on bail. Like, there's no consistency. This should be like a tier system, or like, you're going to let somebody who was accused of pew-pewing somebody out in the street, that they actually have the information, and then others that do, because she's not, her original charges were lowered.
Right.
So it's not like they are saying, I mean, she didn't shoot anybody. Like, you know what I mean? So it's not like, so it's sad that other people are out in the streets, like the case we heard being argued. Um, I forget the guy's name. When they went in front of that judge, he was let out because of
Miles King?
Miles King. Yes, he's out,
Okay.
and he's actually, based on, I mean, obviously innocent until proven guilty, but
Right.
there's a lot of information out there, and now he's out on the streets. Whereas Kelsey, she was just a mom who had postpartum, who was going through some stuff, and now her child is taken away. The child is only a few months old. So very, very sad
Horrible.
case.
It's horrible. We have someone who has just entered the chat, everyone. And if you'll give it up for the man, DJ. How are you?
Hello.
Woo! Looky there. Bless you. Welcome to the House of Zelda, sir. How are you? Thanks for stopping by.
It's a pleasure and an honor to be back in the joint. Thank you so much.
I'm telling you, I don't have any snacks or kibbles and bits right now, but I will if you want to come back. I know you're getting ready to have a stream of your own, but you're more than welcome to pop back in and say hello and hang out and, just do what we need to do.
Thank you. Love you,
We're here for Mike.
Yeah.
Yes, we are.
Yeah. It's funny. I don't know if you know this. I was just telling the chat and the audience, I don't know Mike. I've talked with him one brief time on a stream. And then when I saw him in your stream and we asked, I asked, when is your birthday? And he had the funny look on his face, like, oh my God. And I'm like, oh no, wait, just a sign. I just need your sign. But the reason I'm doing this, well, it's because first of all, Mike deserves it. But secondly, there's a point that I want to make to everyone. And that is, you don't have to believe what everyone believes in. But we have a right to believe in what we want to believe in. We have a right to do and to say whatever we want. We're not hurting anyone. And that includes retweeting. That includes, whatever. And that's why we're here, because if we don't start supporting each other and having everybody's back, because boy, I know you all know what I'm saying, and especially about one Jennifer McCabe, and it's so funny, but yeah, we have to hang on to this. We have to hang on, and that's why we're here. So we might as well just have fun.
Yeah.
Right? Let's have fun. Let's do our thing. And it's funny because I turn on YouTube for the news, for what's going on, because the mainstream media is no longer talking about these cases that are so important for all of us to be knowing and learning about. And that's what we're here for. We want to know. We have a right to know. We are citizens. We want to know what's going on in our areas, in our state, in the country. And so that's just so important for all of this to happen. So anyway, and I want to tell the chat, please do me a favor if you're just coming in. The link to Mike's Give, Send, Go is pinned in the chat. It's in the show notes. Captain Jerry has it. She can put it in the description if you need it. If you do send something to me, please put on there for Mike. I would prefer that you send to the link, but I know many of you cannot get in. It was hard for me to get in today. So just put on there for Mike. So I send it over. Got to keep the accounting straight. So I can send it over and do all that. So anyway. So what say you? How's the new house? How's everything going?
It's about as awesome as could be. Honestly, better than what we thought and expected before we moved in here. I was showing Bia videos that it's in kind of like a cool area where they can't build anything around it. There's pine trees everywhere, all around.
I love it.
Friday night, I got home from work and they were having a block party with a band, with catering, and maybe like 5 houses down from me. And from what I'm told from people we had people come to the door bringing welcome gifts, messaging us, welcome to the neighborhood, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, we feel pretty lucky.
That's very nice. That's very nice. So good. I'm so glad that worked out for you. That's perfect. Very good. Wonderful, sir. Wonderful. So what's new? What's new with you? What are you getting into these days? Any new cases? I'm seeing you've got some really good, interesting streams coming up. What's on your agenda?
Well, we haven't planned a stream yet for the Kelsey Fitzsimmons that we've been talking about, but that's coming because we have literally like another stream to do with music a week from today, or actually a week from yesterday. We're gonna have guys that are a journalist. One guy is like journalist, author, singer, MMA fighter. He's kind of done it all in his career. He's just moved
Nice.
himself to Europe. Another one's a lawyer, and the other one is a journalist, an author, and a screenwriter. So those three guys, we're going to do we're going to do a reaction episode to music that I play, kind of like what we did previously, which Bia was on.
Nice.
We have Sean McDonough coming up next week, Special Agent McDonough with Terry Robbins, who is been free Karen Reed since before Bia was. I'll put it to you that way, like almost since day one. She's an 82-year-old woman.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, she's affiliated with my college that I went to in Massachusetts, where there is a building named after her. So
Nice.
yeah,
Nice.
so those
Love
two are going to
it.
come on and talk about. There's certain things we want to ask Sean that only a law enforcement officer would know.
Good.
And Terry just asked brilliant questions, so we're gonna do that. What else we got
Good.
coming up? Oh, the mob
Hello.
episode. Oh my
I'm
God.
sitting here like, wait. I'm like,
Wednesday.
if you were next to me,
Hello,
I'd be
Top
pinching
Liver.
you.
Yeah.
Hello, Top Liver. How are you?
Yeah.
Right?
So,
If you were here, I'd be pinching you right
So,
now.
that-
yeah,
that's
well-
okay. If you want to join us over here, Bia, you certainly may, since he's kind of throwing you to the curb, but that's okay. I mean, I'm sorry. I didn't
Look
realize
at that,
you
my
were still here.
co-host. She's trying to nix my. Come on, you know what? Yeah, Bia's she brings an enormous value to Cab, and I really don't have a desire to do YouTube without a co-host, at least long term. I have done solo episodes. There in our community, there's nobody that has a co-host except me, and I'm very lucky
That's
to have
right.
one. Bia,
I
tell
love it.
them about this episode that you've created.
Yes. So I am very excited. I'm going to be hosting an episode Mom's episode this Wednesday. We're going to be talking about the Amy Bradley case. A few of us moms are going to get together, especially when you have teenage daughters or children. It's, you go on these trips. You don't expect things like this to happen. And, I think it's going to be a great episode. I'm looking forward to getting everybody's insight. We have Grace from Dreamfeed Media. We have Meredith. We have Nan Gallagher.
Good.
And Misdemeanor is going to join us. So
Nice.
yes,
Very
looking
good.
forward
Very
to it.
good.
DJ's going to be backstage, so I'm gonna hold it down.
There you go. That's there's so much to talk about, and I can appreciate all of this so much. And as far as Kelsey Fitzsimmons, I mean, what do we do about her? I mean, I know that people are now starting to write letters to the judge, but will that just tick her off? What do you think?
Here's the thing. This is the thing that I put out to Bia, and it goes along with when you were in that stream where we talked about Enrique and I was screaming into the microphone about Massachusetts. We don't know what's happened here. And here's what I mean by that. Existentially, we know physically that she was shot by another police officer. We suspect that she did not point her weapon at that police officer, et cetera, et cetera. So existentially, we know what's happened as far as what happened at her home on that day. What we don't know is why the police in that town in North Andover have decided to back a fireman and not one of their own. There has to be a reason why this happened. I don't believe that it was just a venerable fireman and they just said, let's see, a girl in our department or her fiance. Bullshit. I don't believe that. There's something that I told this to Bia last night. I was adamant with her because she was she was making a case, and this was my case. Something happened in that department that they don't like this woman. I don't know what it is. I don't know what she's done,
Yeah.
but something has happened.
There's more to this story.
Yes.
There's definitely a backstory. And I think when it comes out, it's going to start making sense because it's kind of got that vibe of Karen Reed in some regard. You know, that little club that they're holding on to whatever it is so they can come out after Kelsey, and they want to they want to shut her up. Bottom line, that's what they want to do. And you know, yesterday was the anniversary of Enrique.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, we just did.
And it's like, what's going on with him? I mean, we see the new coroner's report, but you know, it's kind of funny. Why were they waiting to put that out? Were they waiting until after this case? Because it looked like his injuries were very similar to what John O'Keefe had.
Well, let's clarify that. They did not put out a coroner's report. They gave you a piece of information from the coroner's report. Because if they gave out the coroner's report, that is the key to everything. So what I said, if I can sum up the stream that we did, there's more about the Enrique case that we don't know than we do know. I know that there was an EMT that told Turtle Boy that he died of complications to an aneurysm. Let me just say this. I don't buy it at all because that EMT does not have access to Enrique's medical records. And also, there's actually an episode in the Cab archive. I think this is before Bia, where you can see. Where were you that night when I did that? So hosting that show, maybe she didn't join Cab yet as a full timer. It was myself, Sean McDonough, and Nurse Kim hosting former police officer Chris Luttrell, who, by the way, happened to have been an MMA fighter and coach for probably 2.5 decades. Okay. So you have a guy who both taught police defensive tactics, retired as a police officer at the state and city level. He was a police officer, and he fought MMA, and he coached MMA at one of the biggest MMA academies in the world. Okay. So few people know more about fighting than Chris Luttrell and what kind of injuries you're likely to sustain. So that whole setup about Chris Luttrell was to tell you that those injuries are not consistent with police detective training. So they're a fucking liar. That's not what happened. I don't believe it. Okay. Don't buy it at all. And so therefore the broken neck and then the leg injuries, we had a phone call with a guy named Javier Velasquez, who people that follow this very closely will remember is a Boston police officer along with O'Keefe and Brian Albert, also trained MMA, also trains Muay Thai, also trains Jiu-Jitsu, as have I. So we went over these injuries in the context of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and a technique called a heel hook, or specifically an inside heel hook that could pop Enrique's left knee the way that it did and also dislocate his ankle. Obviously, everyone here that's watching us right now on this stream knows that a fractured ankle and a dislocated knee are not consistent with boxing, right? Those are grappling injuries. Those injuries are consistent with MMA, jiu-jitsu, submission wrestling, those types of things. And that's why I don't believe anything that they said. I also said there's no way that Brian saw the video of how he sustained those injuries. Did Brian see a video of Enrique sparring? Sure. Did the family see a video of Enrique sparring or in doing that defensive tactics training? Sure. Did they see what happened the night he was killed, how his neck was broken? There's never been a neck broken in the UFC, Lady Zelda. Never in Strikeforce. Never in Pride Fighting Championship.
That's just crazy.
Never in Bellator. So I just named 4 big MMA fighting championships.
Huge.
Including the UFC, and no one's broken a neck. So how the hell does the guy break his neck doing boxing at the academy? It just doesn't fit.
So
Doesn't
much
add up.
doesn't add up. Doesn't
No.
add up.
Those
But I'll tell
injuries
you
do
what.
not add up. I don't give a shit if he had an aneurysm or not. He didn't have an aneurysm that broke his neck.
Right.
An aneurysm didn't dislocate his knee, and an aneurysm didn't dislocate his fucking ankle. So
I agree. But I'll tell you what we do have. We have another beautiful lady that's getting ready to enter into the studio.
who dat?
Who dat? Well, let me bring her in. And here she is. Give it up for attorney Nan Gallagher.
Hey guys.
Hi.
Hello. Welcome.
Sunday.
Hi. Welcome. Happy Sunday. Look, I'm picking at the bangs. It's one of those days where you've got the one hair that just kind of comes down
Good
here.
to see you, Nan. You look so rested, unlike myself here.
No, I'm going to tell you what, Nan, judging by these colors, I am now certain of something I've long suspected, that Nan is a member of the Bloods gang from Los Angeles, which
I
is
am.
why she's dressed in red. I knew it. I knew
love
you
it.
were a member of the Bloods, man. I want to know where you got beat into the gang.
Oh, it was a long time ago.
Can't talk about it.
Red is my favorite color. I love it. And Lady Zelda, that's why I wear hats all the time, so I don't pick at my bangs because
I
it's
need
very
to do that.
addictive.
I need to do that. I need to do that. Well, you look terrific in red.
Thank you.
Always love the red lipstick. You know, here everybody will tell you it's all about red lipstick. I didn't do the red lipstick today. I wore it last night, and I had been battling with a tooth that has been giving me a hard time.
Oh.
And with red lipstick, I looked pale as Casper last night on the stream. And I thought, oh, today I can't do that. So I'm I thought I'm going to let Nan wear the red lipstick today. She'll make up for
I
that.
like your lipstick. And Bia, you always look beautiful. And DJ, you're not too bad yourself.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
He's bringing up the rear, isn't he?
This is better than the compliment I got from Nurse Kim. This exceeds that. So, yeah.
Oh,
Good.
there you go.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Wonderful, wonderful. Well, how are you, Miss Nan? How are things going?
Things are great. Yeah, I love weekends because I get to catch up on my family and my work a little bit. So the phone
Good.
ring. And then I also get to catch up on content creators and running around with kids' sports, but always good on a Sunday. It's great to be here. Thanks for asking.
Well, you're quite welcome. I couldn't have you here, or not have you here with Mike. I mean, all of you are such a big part of his community. And, you have to do that. Mike is going through a really tough time with this mess right now that he's dealing with. And we're here to have his back. That's what it's about.
Absolutely.
We've got to have his back. I was telling them, I don't know Mike. I mean, I talked with him one brief time. I don't know Mike, but I don't have to know him to know that, sometimes you just have to do the right thing. Come out. Everybody just needs to come out and back Mike. Now, for all of you who are now new coming into the chat, please know that Mike's Give, Send, Go is pinned in the chat. It's in the show notes. I do have, I'm your favorite grifting psychic. So I do have the QR code up there. It's not for me. If you have difficulty giving at the site, because I had a hard time getting in today, I want you to give. You can give to me, but put on there for Mike. That helps with the accounting part of it, because I don't want to mess that up. And just as a little thing, we're not in a competition, but I sure do want to keep track of everything. If you could just when you donate, if you could just put the initials ZK after your donation, we want to keep track. We're going to have a giveaway today, maybe two. You never know. Let us know. Let's spread the love. And I put on the notification. We're here till 5. You know me. I get to talking. We get to telling stories. We get to reading cards. We get to doing all these things. You never know. We just may be here for breakfast tomorrow. I mean, you don't know. You just don't know. We just don't know. So there we go. There we go.
I love it. And it's really, it's heartwarming to see so many different channels and creators donating to Mike. I've only known Mike personally since January. I've been watching him much longer than that. I've only met him in person once, and I was absolutely blown away by how tall he is. I was like, you're taller than. Yeah. Someone took a picture of us, and I was looking at it afterwards going, gosh, I'm either really short or he's alarmingly tall. But, I just appear on his channel from time to time, and it's just so great to have very real, raw, earthy conversations with him. I love him so much, and I will help him from afar however I can.
I think that's great. I think that's great. Yeah. But I've heard from the grapevine, and I don't know if I've heard it from you, Miss Nan. Are you getting your license in Massachusetts?
That may be true. Yes, it's pending right now. Yeah, it's pending right now. I've been practicing law for 25 years, and after a length of time, you have to go through some steps to get admitted into other states without sitting for their bar exam. And I'm going through those steps right now, and that includes just applications, fitness interviews, and I will be opening up a satellite office up in Massachusetts, and I take every opportunity to say this whenever presented. I'm not running for district attorney of Norfolk County. That was a joke.
We would love that, though. We would love that. I think you would just kind of go in and
buy a house there first.
Whole area.
That's the problem.
I would clean house if I had that job, but
she has to buy a house and then clean house. Exactly. You got a residency.
Well, I may be working on that already, DJ. You don't know.
I think she's getting ready. Listen, there's a lot that she has going on.
Exactly.
We'll read for her in a little while. We just may see. If she's up to it, we'll read cards for her.
I would love that.
For all of you who are also in the chat, this is the first time that beautiful attorney Nan and myself have had a conversation. We've seen each other in passing on other people's streams. But, this to me is a good way to get together. Why not introduce ourselves? Why not just, because there's no reason anything should ever be awkward or upsetting or anything like this. There's room for everybody and anybody. And I've always said, I travel kind of under the radar a little bit because I'm not everybody's cup of tea. And because sometimes things just kind of get out there, right? But I'm here, and
I love it.
That's what we're doing, and we have a good time. So I'm so glad that you accepted the invitation to come in. I'm just so happy. I'm just happy.
Me too.
So,
I don't mean to interrupt, but our stream is starting in 5 minutes, where we're having Dr. Eric Wargo on to talk to you.
Be that way. It's okay. Be that way. If you insist.
So
have a wonderful stream.
Yes.
You're welcome to come back.
Good to see you, Nan. Yes. Good to see you, Nan. I know you guys are gonna have such a great time. Nan I could listen to her for days. She has a beautiful voice, very insightful, and knows to break it down and keep things simple. Like, we don't need all the big words. We can just understand you, and you're fun to listen to. So I know, Lady Zelda, you're gonna have a great time with Nan.
We are definitely. We are. This is going to be so much fun.
Let's raise some for Mike Crawford.
Yes.
Don't feel like you have to come back and rescue her. I mean,
she doesn't need rescuing.
She doesn't need us.
She doesn't.
Bye, Zelda. Bye, Nan.
Bye. Thank you. Enjoy.
Have a wonderful stream.
Thank you.
Bye for now. Bye.
Oh, they're so sweet. You guys are so sweet.
Wasn't that fun? I love them so much.
I do too. Bia and DJ have been two of the nicest creators whom I've crossed paths with. They even sent me a video thank you card after the first time I
wow.
streamed with them. It was my own little personal message, and they were very supportive of me when I went through a little YouTube bullying in the beginning. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and kind of we've all gone through that.
They're great.
My mods are so fantastic that I went late night live maybe last week or a few days ago anyway. I know what that bullying is all about. Boy, it was like, whoa. I got hit really hard. They came to my rescue, and I'm so thankful for them. They've got my back. I love it. I love it. So now tell me, my darling, what case are you interested in now? Where's your little radar going? What are you thinking?
Oh, well, I have several. So historically, I've been a true crime aficionado, and I really do try to track a lot of cases across the country. And that kind of started just by watching Dateline and 48 Hours. And, that's how I would get my teeth sunk in a little bit. And now I go broader onto YouTube and onto some websites to really see what's percolating across the country. So right now, well, let's see, we just got past at least the most recent Adelson chapter, which was Donna Adelson. So now that Koberger is sentenced and Donna Adelson has been convicted, I'm going to keep tabs on whether Wendy Adelson is next. This, for your audience, this is down in Tallahassee, Florida, related to the unaliving of former law professor Dan Markell. So we'll see if the last link in that chain, Wendy Adelson, his divorced wife, is going to be at least charged with being involved in his unaliving. But then I'm also keeping tabs on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case, which is interesting.
Yes.
You all talking about that. Been keeping tabs on that. The Brian Walsh case, also up in Massachusetts, involving the unaliving of his wife, Anna. And then more broadly, nationally, I have been interested for every bit of 5 years now in the passing of Suzanne Morphew. I don't know if you follow that case, but she was a woman who went missing on Mother's Day of 2020 out in, I believe it was Colorado. And she was in the process of uncoupling with her husband, Barry, who, spoiler alert, he has been charged with her unaliving. And he actually had been charged twice. He was charged previously, but the charges against him were ultimately dismissed without prejudice in the pre-trial phase because there were some evidentiary violations that had taken place, and the prosecutor's office had decided we're just going to dismiss the charges without prejudice so we could bring them back if we want. That prosecutor has since faced ethical violations of ethics allegations. I believe may have been disbarred, but a subsequent prosecutor was hired and brought charges against Barry Morphew after Suzanne's body was found. And there's a lot of evidence that would really point in the direction of him being the culprit. So if anyone is not following the Barry Morphew prosecution out in Colorado, you should. It's a very interesting case, and she was a beautiful mother of two grown children, two grown daughters. Another case, and I don't know the current status of it, is the Corey Richins case. I would be lying
yes.
Yeah, right. So I it's been a little quiet recently, but Corey Richins out in, oh man, I don't remember. Is it Utah, Idaho? One of the states that I have yet to visit. But her she has been accused and is facing charges of unaliving her husband. And they had 3 young boys at the time. That's a very interesting case as well. And if anyone in your chat knows the status of Corey Richens case, please feel free to drop it in the chat because I haven't really looked at it recently, but it's interested me. And then trying to think if there's any others. It's been a little busy. I don't think anything has hit my radar other than those right now.
If you can hear me okay, your mic keeps going. I think there's a problem with is anyone else or is it me? It could be my stream, but I'm thinking that it's it keeps fading in and out a little bit.
All right.
Don't know if anybody else is hearing that.
Let me wait. You know what? Let's see if the chat agrees. Does your chat agree before I go knock onto my laptop microphone?
Nan's mic. I heard. Okay. Yeah,
okay.
It goes in and out a bit. Okay.
Let me try. I'm going to knock over to
Sure.
To my laptop microphone. I apologize.
No worries. Take your time. No. We can still hear you. Just take your time. I better plug a phone in or I'm going to be in trouble.
All right. All right. How is this? Is this any better?
Oh, that sounds good. That sounds good.
Yes. Microphones. This is my laptop microphone. But if it sounds better and it doesn't cut out, that's great.
Good.
Or I can log off or log back on.
Sounds great. Thank you so much.
Hey.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for letting me know.
Oh, well, you're welcome. I was wondering about the pastor's wife, the Miller case. Has anybody else been following that? Where the pastor unalived, I think it's in North Carolina. Is it South Carolina? Everybody in the chat. Oh, it's heartbreaking. Where she married this pastor of this church, and he unalived her. And it's been, and there's some recordings of her crying. Micah Miller, that's who it is. Thank you so much, Micah Miller. Oh yeah, that's one that you may want to check into.
I'm going to look it up right now.
I did a little EVP session on her a long time ago. And throughout the whole EVP, I don't even know if I may have actually taken that video down because I had so many people upset over it because the whole time the EVPs kept saying help, help. And it was like, oh my gosh, I felt so bad. So the husband is JP Miller. Thank you, chat. I can always depend on the chat. His house was raided a while back by the FBI and still waiting for an update on any charges. So yeah, I don't think he's been charged yet, but it's an odd case based around his religion type thing. And I think it's getting ready to circle back around to us again. It took a little bit of a hiatus there for a minute. He has been charged. Okay.
All right. I'm going to be following that one if it's interesting.
Oh yeah. That is something else. Someone's asking when Mike is coming on. He left us a message and said that he was going to the supermarket and then he was going to go home. So we're just going to be here until he shows up and does whatever he wants to do and go from there. So, but yeah, they're saying that his father was a pastor too, and it's heartbreaking. It is a very heartbreaking case. So I've not followed Corey Richens that much.
Very interesting because she is vehemently denying being involved in his unaliving. And she wrote a book, a children's book about dealing with grief revolving around the loss of a parent. And there's so many pieces of what I guess I would characterize as circumstantial evidence pointing in her direction, plus a lot of financial malfeasance. He was a very successful contractor. I think he did stonework and had a very lucrative business in their community. And she was more of a flailing real estate dabbler.
Oh, no.
And she was borrowing money in his name. She believed she was the beneficiary of his life insurance policies, which when he started to get suspicious of her intentions, he changed her off of those policies and no longer made her the beneficiary. She also had it's at least alleged that prior to his unaliving, which was done with, was it fentanyl? I think it was some type of fentanyl overdose or something in a Moscow Mule cocktail that she had fixed.
boy.
I think it was fentanyl, may have been a different drug. But prior to that, about a month or two earlier, she had allegedly attempted to unalive him by poisoning
Oh, wow.
in a different way, by bringing him like an egg sandwich to his work. And he immediately felt sick. I think he did not seek medical attention for that, but went home and slept it off, and he survived. But shortly thereafter, he was unalived in a different way. So it's a very interesting case. Her original attorney ended up withdrawing from representation because of some alleged conflict issues between her and her law firm. So that case is one that will be very interesting. I just don't know the current status of it, which I will check in on.
That is really, I have to ask myself, and I ask the chat every time I go live, what makes people think nowadays they can do things like this and get away with it? I just don't understand.
I know.
I mean, there's just too much. And the FBI was very patient in waiting for the Donna Adelson case and making sure that everything else would fall into place. I just feel that the same thing is going to happen with Massachusetts there with the John O'Keefe. I mean, they may say that they are not investigating right now, but I don't know. I think they may be waiting.
I think they never stopped, but that's my theory. I don't think that the feds ever stopped investigating the corruption and malfeasance going on in Massachusetts, most notably in Norfolk County. But just because I've been doing this for a long time, I have a lot of dealings with the FBI in the course of my practice. Excuse me, like I do civil and administrative law, but I also do criminal law. And when I represent a lot of physicians in my practice, and they have reason to deal with the Department of Justice and all of the different federal agencies. And in dealing with the FBI, which investigates doctors all the time, the FBI never announces when they're not investigating anymore.
That's right.
They don't close their investigations and let you know about it. If you're lucky, you'll never hear from them again. That's like the best you can do. And I tell all of my clients, do not make me follow up. I know you want closure, and you're not going to get closure. And if I remind the FBI that they haven't gotten back to us in a year and you want to close the book on it, you're going to have to put it in writing to me and force me to do it, because it's against my advice to remind them that they were looking at you in the first place, because the FBI is a very vindictive beast from my experience. So I don't actually think they ever stopped.
Yeah, they're kind of petty. The ones that I know, and I have to laugh because it was like when Hank Brennan announced in court, oh, well, we got notification that this has been closed. I'm thinking there's got to be a petty agent behind this is going, I want to see if this so-and-so announces this. How dumb could he possibly be? That's how their mindset is. All of that, let's trigger somebody and see what they do now. And I think that waiting is the best thing that we can do as far as Massachusetts is concerned. And I've always said that one of these days when this seems to be over, it's probably going to be a little while, but when it seems to be over, I want to take a tour. I'm going to contact respectfully the owners of 34 Fairview and say, hey, let's pray over your house. Let's do a little cleansing. Let's get away all the negativity, because that house has been like the Amityville horror house where people drive by, stop, take pictures, they, all this, and it's a nuisance. And I feel very bad for them. And if they would have known, I mean, I guess my question is, if they would have known, would they have bought it? Maybe not. We don't know, but I don't think they had a obligation to disclose that, right?
See,
So
it's interesting because I didn't look up the Massachusetts law on that, but in most states, there is an affirmative obligation to identify if there's been some type of death on the property when you make your seller's disclosures at the time of sale, even if it means that the death took place on the front lawn or in the backyard or something like that. So I don't know specifically what Massachusetts mandates, but in all of the states where I'm licensed, it's a requirement that they have to disclose it. I would bet that the current owners knew, and they would have just disregarded it. I don't think they want the attention that has been cast upon the house. I've been to 34 Fairview now twice, but not inside, just outside, just to spatially look at the property. I mean, it is small. It looks much larger. It's small. The distance from where John O'Keefe's body was found to the front door is not that far. It boggles my mind that the people leaving that gathering did not see him. If there was a dusting of snow, it would have been easier to see him, in my opinion, because he would have stood out against the white backdrop. So I think the owners of 34 Fairview knew what they were getting into a little bit, and then now realize, wow, there's a lot to it.
Much bigger than what it was. But I think it was a relative. Wasn't the real estate agent a relative of?
I heard that.
Someone.
I heard there was a relation there. I don't know specifically, but it seems like the current owners had cooperated with Karen Reed's defense team, at least to go into the property and look at the basement and the garage and to, see what needed to be seen in terms of the bulkhead and the way out of the house to the backyard. So it sounds to me, and I could have sworn I heard someone say they were Free Karen Reed supporters. So sounds to me that while they don't want all of the attention that the house has drawn, that they would at least put themselves out there to support her defense in the way that they could. And I mean, it was really eye-opening to go there in person. And I'm looking forward to going one more time in one of my future visits. It's only about a 5-hour drive for me up to the Boston area.
Nice.
And in one of my future planned visits, I will be going by the property, and I want to pay John just final respects, because I feel that since Karen was acquitted of the major charges, I need a little closure to 34 Fairview. I dug in deep from the backdrop before January of this year, and then quite actively after January of this year. And I'd like to pay some respects to him in the coming weeks.
Well, I think that is so kind. And I feel the same way. In fact, I would like to go visit his gravestone.
Yeah.
Pay homage there, just because this has been so horrible. But what about Cosgrove now?
Oh,
not wanting, what is that? I mean, did they not download all of the information to begin with? What is it that they expect other than to harass? Or are they hoping that they're going to find a grand jury somewhere, someone somewhere that will indict her? What do you think is happening?
I love the questions that you're asking, because they're all correct. I mean, every answer to that question is yes. I believe that, first, these are my opinions. I never like to impute opinions to any show. My opinions are that Cosgrove is mishandling the prosecutions that he's in charge of. And that ranges from Aidan Carney all the way to potential new charges and I really mean potential new charges that could be coming Karen Reed's way. I feel that he
Pardon
is.
me just a minute. Keep
Yeah.
talking. I have to sneeze so
Oh,
bad.
go.
I'm going to take myself.
God bless you. Yeah. So I'm going to, you sneeze. I'm going to keep talking. So I think Cosgrove is, and I don't mean any offense to him, but he's misguided here. If all that has been trending with Aiden's defense on all of the charges against him is, if that is going to build the momentum that I'm seeing it build currently, then he should be reading the tea leaves saying, this isn't going to end well. God bless you, Lady Zelda.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
My pleasure. Did anyone ever tell you, by the way, that you bear an alarmingly similar appearance to Valerie Bertinelli?
Yes.
That's a compliment. And it's.
Thank you. I take it as I love Valerie Bertinelli.
I do too.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Years ago, 100 years ago, it used to be Liza Minnelli because I wore my hair in a short pixie.
Oh, yeah.
There's a story behind that, but thank you so much.
Yeah. When you popped back on, especially, I felt like it was like one day at a time. So yes, it's very beautiful.
I'll take it.
And I'm going to look on your wish list because I like your Amazon wish list. I like your eyeglass frames as well.
Thank you. They're just the Oprah readers. If you look up Oprah readers, that's what they are. So
I love them. I'm going to look them up.
Thank you.
So I was saying that, Cosgrove should be reading the tea leaves here. He should be really understanding that as dug in as he is with Aiden Carney's matters, it's probably ill-advised to go and take any steps as they may relate to Karen with these phones. And as far as these phones are concerned, there is no way that the phones that were procured by the Commonwealth were not, what do you call it? Oh my goodness. They did an export. Yeah, they downloaded the data. I apologize. I didn't have my coffee today.
That's okay.
They downloaded everything off of those phones. And I do believe that they looked at what is on those phones as well. That is my own feeling and theory, but there's no way they just put them into protective custody and did nothing with them. And those phones, which my understanding is these were subsequently procured phones. These were not phones from 2022. They were phones from roughly 2024. If that reporting was accurate, then it's a witch hunt at this point where they are just going to go on this fishing expedition and dig in and see if they can find anything arguably remotely tied to witness intimidation. And that is illegal. There's something called selective prosecution. It is unlawful for a governmental body like the Norfolk County or the district attorney's office to realize they got a loss on a twice tried case against Karen Reed and then to dig in and try to get her on something else. That's targeted. That's misconduct. That's inappropriate. So it's all this is doing is building and strengthening her future civil rights action under federal statute 42 USC 1983 that she will file against them. But they have the export. They likely looked at the content. There's nothing there. I think they're trying to scare her, or as you intimated, they're going to try to find some grand jury to find some tie, some nexus to her doing something arguably wrong. And that is an abomination. If that happens, I would encourage anyone in, frankly, the nation, but especially in Norfolk County, to peacefully protest that issue. Because what good is it to get acquitted of major life-changing, life-damaging charges only to then be pursued for some other tangential cause or charge? It's ridiculous. And also it seems to me from what I'm hearing in my circles that there's nothing there. So I would be very concerned if some grand jury is going to say, oh, okay, yeah, this was designed to intimidate witnesses. And I would finish my statement by saying, aside from the fact that the witness intimidation statute in the Commonwealth is so ridiculous and so overbroad and poorly written and should be rewritten, aside from that, when we think about witness intimidation in any case, whether it's a criminal case or a civil one, I can tell you and your audience from experience, that happens to some degree in all of the cases I've worked on. And I've worked on thousands of cases in a quarter of a century. I'm not saying that witnesses are being strong-armed and it's appropriate to do that, but to some degree, it is acceptable for a light amount of pressure or influence to be placed on some witnesses. You know, a statement like, oh, it would be unfortunate if this were to come out in court. If a statement like that was made to a witness in Massachusetts, that arguably could land someone with a felony. But those types of light statements happen all the time. There needs to be a better redrafting and balance of that statute up there, because it's used literally as a weapon by especially those who were involved on site at 34 Fairview Drive that night. So I'm not really worried that this is going to happen, that this is being pursued against Karen. I think it will ultimately end in her favor, but it's very troublesome to me.
Well, it's very troublesome because my question is, who's really behind it?
Mm-hmm.
Is it the Alberts, McCabe's? Is it Hank being petty, not being able to let go? I can say all that.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not a lawyer here, but it's my opinion. And is it, and I agree with you that I believe that Cosgrove is pushed in a particular direction, and maybe that's why he was chosen, because they could push him in a particular direction because they've done this before. And I really believe that these people just can't let this go. And to me, tell me that you're guilty without telling me that you're guilty about this sort of thing, right?
You're very smart and astute with this. I wholeheartedly agree. And I look back to the retrial of Karen Reed. There is no way that a reasonable, competent prosecutor would have retried her. The statistics of doing a retrial on facts like this are slim. And there are statistics on that. So I think everyone can agree here. There were two juries who found her acquitted. They found her not guilty on these major charges. It was really only that OUI charge that caught her up in the last trial. There's no way that this prosecutor, meaning Michael Morrissey, the buck stops with him,
right?
That he should have looked at that set of facts and kept going for prosecution number 2. But he did. I believe, and it's just my own opinion and personal theory, that there's a lot of interconnectedness. There's pressures that have been placed upon him and his office by McAlberts, the Albert family, the McCabe family. Also, the fact that there's probably some ego involved. Once you're dug in, it's really hard to bow out because you look like you have egg on your face. And they have a lot of egg on their face right now. So having lost a trial 2, this may be some grasping at straws to try to go for some win, get her on something. I don't think they will be able to. And if I recall, a prior grand jury looked at something. I thought it was communications between Karen Reed and Aidan Carney.
Right. I'm pretty sure that you're correct on that. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it was the spring of 2024, before the first trial. The Commonwealth was looking to pursue some type of witness intimidation charges against the two of them. And that was, if I heard correctly, no build, which is, essentially disregarded. by that particular grand jury. So I am thinking right now that, assuming my memory is not failing me, the same thing will happen again. But this only revalidates my opinion that someone's already looked at these phones. There's no way they don't know what's on them. I think that the Commonwealth is just buying time. And in fact, I believe that there's probably things on these phones that when they come to light, when Karen's team re-explores those phones, there's going to be more information that validates her and that would have really punctuated why the Commonwealth should have never continued these charges in the first place. I'm thinking the Commonwealth doesn't want that to come out. But I have theories on it. I can't prove any of it. We're going to have to wait and see. It's just selective prosecution at this point.
And I have a theory that I want to ask you about.
Yeah.
Certainly not any type of advice. Let me say that. What is your theory on why, of all people, was it Hank Brennan? Because look at the amount of money that he made. Was it because he was the mob lawyer? Or was it because he overextended himself and made promises to the prosecution? And this is why he continues to do what he's doing, because he's made promises that he couldn't keep and he wants to prove himself.
I think
what's your thoughts on that?
I think it's like D, all of the above. I have sat at a dinner table in recent months with people from the local community up there whom I can't identify, but who know the players involved from a legal standpoint, including Mr. Brennan. And I know enough to not buy into rumors, but I definitely soak up local lore and buzzings when it comes to what people have to say about other esquires in a community. And I believe, based on my own observations and what I was advised, and these are my opinions, that I think Hank Brennan, being a mob lawyer, was definitely a pivotal piece to this puzzle. I think Hank Brennan, the Commonwealth needed a defense lawyer because they were on the defense. They were on the defense of the defense raised by Karen Reed, which is third-party culprit allegations and just throwing everything back at the McAlberts. It wasn't Karen, so it had to have been someone there. So the best way to advance a prosecution like that is to be on the defensive, which is counterintuitive to what the United States Constitution says, which is
exactly.
Yeah, like the prosecution has that burden of proof. They're the ones who have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she did indeed do it. But he was picked because he was a defense attorney. He was picked because he had prior mob representation experience, which, from my observation and in my opinion, compromised his morality a little bit, and maybe his experience level, having dealt with mob related defendants in the past. But also, I think that there was some type of inducement. I don't know what it was. I don't know if Hank Brennan wanted a particular political position in the future, if he wanted future cases, if he wanted to be what's called conflict counsel moving forward, where if the Commonwealth and a particular county within the Commonwealth has a conflict, like in Aiden's matter and others, they farm it out to a conflict attorney, a specially appointed prosecutor like Cosgrove or Ken Mello or Hank Brennan. That's a coveted position to be in if you're conflict counsel. But I also think there may have been a you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Hank Brennan knows a lot of people. He's got ties with a lot of people who have a lot of money. Michael Morrissey is, hopefully not, but from what I'm hearing, running for yet again to be the prosecutor of Norfolk County, the election being next year. And that's all based on lobbying and donations. He needs to have a kitty to build up financially to do that this year, this particular election year, especially because he took some major reputational hits in recent years and months. So Hank can bring a lot of gravitas to the table on that, but we'll have to wait and see. I have said since the moment Hank Brennan stepped into this the case, which was last fall, that I did not find him to be an impressive whatsoever. A lot of people said, "Oh, he's really good," and
Oh yeah.
I don't see it that way. And to me, the morality of an attorney is almost as important as their experience and their skill set. And I personally find him to be morally void.
Totally agree 1000%. And I have always wondered, could he have taken this only because it would have given him another shot at the FBI again? Because let's face it, he took them on in the mob cases and lost. They made a fool of him. So could he have, I mean, when you're dealing with this mindset, this possible, supposedly, allegedly, a little bit of narcissistic type stuff, petty, arrogant, I could go on and on. There becomes a personal agenda.
Yes.
Happens within someone. And it may not be those typical reasons that are professional or doing the right thing. So we don't know. But there's one thing I do know, my darlings. I want you to put it all together because there's someone here, it's very important, who has just entered the green room and getting ready to be on screen. And I want you to all put it together for the man of the hour. Mike Crawford is here.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for donating. Thank you, Zelda. Thank you, Dan.
You're welcome.
My pleasure.
Welcome.
Boston B, DJ, everybody, all the people who are donating. It's I'm very thankful. It's been great to watch the donations come in today. And I gotta say, Zelda, I never watched your show until you did that reading.
Oh,
the other
really?
day. I was watching it by myself and I was just cracking up. I thought it was great. I thought you did a great job. And now I get to
thank
see your
you.
face. I was wondering what you look like, and you do look like Valerie.
Oh, thank you.
Right?
And I love your glasses. My glasses my
Thank
new
you.
glasses kind of have a little bit of flair
Well,
like
oh, yeah,
yours,
you
but not
fell.
as much. They're already dirty. Look, they're already dirty.
Going.
But you can
Yeah.
see there's a little color there. Just like
Yeah. Hey, well, we could have been twins in another life
Yeah.
or something, right? There we
Yeah.
go. Well, I appreciate you coming on today and saying hello to us. I was telling everybody that we really don't know each other. I mean,
No.
that's the kind of funny. We don't. And that's why I wanted to ask your permission when you were on the cab the other night. I thought, you know what? I need to read cards. If he says yes, because these other people that I read, and believe me, on Karen Reed's case, I have never, of all the cases, because I've been doing this for 50 years, if you can imagine.
Wow.
And of all the cases, I'm 65, going to be 66 very
Wow.
soon.
No way.
And way.
Looking good.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much. Listen, by the time, I have to laugh because I tell my son, by the time I take off everything that's glued and unscrew everything and, whatever, hey, whatever. But it's amazing to me that in the Karen Reed case, over 425 readings. And I was a latecomer in the Karen Reed case. I did not start until it was May, I think, of 2024. So I had not been involved with everything beforehand. And the reason being, it was just like every day. I've never seen a case like that. Every day, something was happening every day. Emotion here, this was going on. I would have come unglued if I was this poor lady. I mean, seriously. And
years of that.
Years
of it.
So that's why I'm thinking, because, I've read all these things. Oh, you guys should see the readings on Brian Higgins and all of them. Go back through the prelude.
I'll have to check.
I did.
Oh, so, and there's more to come. There's more to come. So it's amazing though what comes out of those readings, and then you look and you think, oh wow, because even myself, I think, could this be true? You look at it and you think, oh, could somebody be that horrible? But then when I saw you, Mike, I thought, I've got to read on this. I've got to read on this. This is what I do. This is my channel. We do the paranormal, we do the EVPs, we do the card readings, and we talk about different anomalies in the world. But it is just my honor to meet you, Mike, because
Thank you.
whenever I want truth in what's going on, I watch your channel, because I believe, I don't watch these mainstream media. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
I don't watch it
either.
Me neither, really. It's especially when Karen Reed happened. I didn't have time for anything. I was just doing shows every night. I mean, now it's I got a little break, which was nice. But now I heard you mention it earlier, Kelsey Fitzsimmons. That's like my big one now, because she's down the road from me. I got access to her family. We're talking all the time. I talked to her when she was out. It just, and there's a lot more coming on this, and I'll be there definitely at every hearing. There's 2 hearings upcoming. One's in September. The last Tuesday in September is a family probate. That may actually get rescheduled or canceled, so I hope people check in on that. But that's 9 a.m. But October 7th is a definite next Superior Court, and that's also at 9 p.m. in Salem, and I hope everyone's there, because I'm definitely going to be there. And our family's asking people to wear purple if they can.
Purple. Good.
So
Good.
the color
Good.
purple, yeah. So
Good. Good.
that's what I for the last couple of years, I love that we have such a great audience that we can help people, like especially
Good.
helping this family. I know the family is watching every show. They're watching all the other shows. They're watching Melanie. They're watching Brother Council. Who else has been
Good.
covering it? Everybody's been starting to cover this,
Yeah.
and it's good to see. So hopefully that continues. I want to see a huge audience there in the court for them.
I'm too far away. I'm in the South,
Yeah.
or I would be there.
Well, I'll be there for you. I'll be covering it.
Thank you. Because I would be there, and Chad has been asking me, so I will be reading on Kelsey, and I'm just going to tell you, I heard through Attorney Melanie Little's stream last night. She had the audio of the last with Tim Bradle, and when Kelsey's bond was revoked, hearing her sob in the background.
So horrible. Yeah,
You know
especially too. I had a conversation the day when she was getting out about exactly that breathing, that tube, and also the ankle bracelet. That was the hearing that we were at. There was an issue about the ankle bracelet and a surgery, and she was questioning, like, I'm just gonna have to cancel my surgery tomorrow because this judge is out to get me. Like she's basically suffering and dealing with health issues and contemplating canceled surgery because this judge is so nasty, not nice. And I saw her in the first hearing, and I know people maybe didn't hear that recording, but I thought she was not nice then. And the second hearing, I reviewed it through my sources. I didn't actually get to go to that one. I didn't know it was happening. But now I've listened to the audio, and it's exactly what was described to me. It was just to listen to it, and I'm going to review it tonight on my show. Have some new details about what's going on, because there's a lot to dig into here. So I'm
There's
doing
more
something
to
tonight on
this.
that as well. Yeah.
There's more to this than meets the eye.
Oh, huge.
This is huge, and you can't convince me. But as heartbreaking as this is, hearing her break down, I felt bad, but then it infuriated me, and that's what it's going to take to make a difference. Because this judge, talk about another Auntie Bev. I don't know who this, but it reminded me of, oh no, I said it, goodbye, get out. This is it.
Yeah, how dare
And
you?
I thought,
How dare you? Yeah,
how
I have great
indignant.
concerns.
Yeah.
Totally. And glad you
Ridiculous.
mentioned. It's probably a good thing it happened. Honestly, I know it sucks she's in jail, but it got everyone's attention. everyone's like,
Yes,
holy
it
shit,
did.
I guess something is going, because we already kind of knew there was some smoke and fire there. I was already in, like, I was, because I know a lot more
Hmm.
than what we can share right now. But like, it just, I think when everyone heard that, you know, it, they knew, especially when they knew she got locked up, and then the audio came out. That's the funniest thing, because they try to put a lid on it. They don't let us have live streaming there, but then the audio comes on it out, and people get to hear that, and so like people are already raging kind of about it, and then it's like, oh, 2 days later, audio comes out. Like, maybe you're being dumb by trying to, you know, do things so tightly that you're creating exactly what you didn't want to create. So now everyone's aware, everyone's going to show up. So this might be the best
Mm-hmm.
thing for Kelsey, actually, because now
I
people
agree.
are tuned in early on, not when it gets crazy, which is going to get crazy. Like, I expect
Right.
that hearing October 7th, you got to be there, people, because I'm expecting fireworks. Like, maybe we'll
Are
get
you
let
going to
down,
stream
and
it?
the judge won't let it happen. It'll be another hearing, but that's probably going to be the hearing where we start seeing some of the shit that we all are expecting to see.
Are you going to stream it? Are you going to be able to stream it, or is
If
this
the
something?
court will allow it, but I don't think so. I don't think they're allowing it. The last hearing, the hearing I was at before this one, there was a Channel 7 guy recording video. They let him record video, but he wasn't streaming it. I don't know what happened to the video. Um, I have issues with this court, the Massachusetts courts. They don't acknowledge me as even a journalist.
Oh,
So I'm going
that's
to apply
crazy.
again through that system, but I mean, I couldn't even get access to the stream or the videos really through the court if you know, if I'm not certified, which I
Right.
expect to happen now. I mean, I'm a freaking employee at the, you know, Howie Carr Radio Network. How can I not be? So they got to get their shit together. I've kind of had enough of that.
I'm
But
going to
Agreed.
yeah, yeah.
I'm going to tell
So
you
that, I mean,
something funny.
I'm looking forward to that. I hope everyone shows up for it, and everyone's starting to dig into it. I know.
I love it.
So that they're
I love it.
they're not smart, because this police chief too. I got to say, there's a lot of dirt in his background. A lot of dirt. This is the third female police officer that's had issues in that police department. Two of
Mm-hmm.
them sued him. Two of them sued. So this is the
Mm.
third in a row here where there's issues. So I'm going to kind of go over some of those lawsuits that were filed in the past, and it's a lot about this police chief. So I think he's going to be a lightning rod in this too. I also
Yes.
think the guy who shot Kelsey and the judge, it's like, it reminds me of the McAlberts. It's like now we have a new cast of characters
Another
here, you
pet,
know?
another petty strain, another petty.
Yep.
You're going to see. I know petty is like entered the chat. These people are so petty, but from what I got, because after last night when I heard the audio, I'm flipping through my cards, I'm looking at a few things and thinking, and I'm going to tell you what I've seen in the cards, and you don't have to comment. But she knows too much, and she has witnessed some things that is very dangerous to this administration. So they think. So they think. And that is what is hurting. That is exactly what is happening right there on their side.
Mm-hmm.
Because I am not convinced that this is just one of those cases. I mean, after all, she didn't get indicted. So, they're reducing those charges, and you're going to tell me that this justice system leaves Miles King run the roads forever and Aaron Spence run the roads, and here we are with this police officer who has been trained, who had a little thing called postpartum, which is really a big thing for a lot of women. You're going to tell me that she's a menace to society? Because that's what you're telling us, Judge.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyway, it's a horrible situation, and prayers for Kelsey. That is just sad, very sad, very, very bad. So I don't know, Mike. We're going to be following you
I
on
think
this.
you're onto something. I think you're right too. I think there's something.
Okay,
I think we're gonna find out a lot more.
I think we are. I think we.
It's
I
just
think we are.
and the judge, by the way, is from North Andover. So I thought that was
Mm-hmm.
interesting. I'm like, I wonder if she knows this police chief. I wonder if she's had any favors done. She used to have a law practice, I believe, in North Andover. I haven't been able to 100% confirm that because it's kind of a common name, but I think it's the same person. So it's interesting that how the judge is connected to the same town. So I don't know. It's gonna be
Amazing.
interesting. I'm fired up. I just gotta say, like
Good.
the whole thing for me is always like, do I have a purpose? And I feel like I'm right where I'm supposed to be right
Oh,
now
definitely.
for this one at least. It's like the lulls when things get slowed down and you're like after Karen reads over, you're like, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I just know something's gonna come up, and then it
Definitely.
hit. This is it.
Definitely.
And it's funny because other people kept on bringing me that, like,
Yep.
even when I was on the Grace Curley show, she kept wanting to bring it up. She was pregnant, so I think that's why she brought it up quite a few times, and it's definitely one I'm going to be covering heavily now, very heavily. I want to thank everyone for the lawsuit too. I know for the support, the defense fund Nan gave again today. You're amazing. Thank
I
you
noticed that,
everybody for
man.
being
You
here.
are amazing.
Yeah,
Happy to
Wonderful.
help. Thank you.
yeah. I know some people were
Wonderful.
asking questions because they might not know, but basically
Yes.
what it is, I'm getting sued by one guy who runs a nonprofit, and he's got some government funding from the city of Boston. He's got special status with the state of Massachusetts, um, and a lot of crazy stuff happened. Number one, they got in a fist fight at an event that was on video. Uh, the video showed that they seemed like they were the aggressors, him and his brother, who were the nonprofit founders, co-founders of this nonprofit. But the other guy that they got in a fight with got charged. And it didn't seem fair to me when I saw the video. So I commented and shared some stuff about it. I ended up having him on the show. I also had his wife on the show. I also had another group of people on the show who had similar issues with this nonprofit. And basically, what it is, if you look at it, the nonprofit is supposed to represent minorities, black people. They're black. They're supposed to do expungements. They're supposed to be social equity, support that. But I found they're not living up to it, in my opinion. And how I back it is those folks that came on the show, they're now suing two of those people that came on the show and myself. And since then, since kind of this brouhaha, one of the brothers, there's two founders of this nonprofit. One of them got arrested for child rape under the age of 14. And so they were sponsored by a lot of these cannabis companies. Big time money was sponsoring their nonprofit. I guess they've lost sponsorships and they're trying to blame it on my show. But it's like, dude, you got in a physical fist fight, number one, on video. Number two, your brother got arrested for. Number three, because of all that, the attorney for the guy that you basically framed up in the fight and beat up and jumped and all that stuff, that attorney sent us info on your criminal charges too from the past with the gun and the violent, So there's a lot of stuff going on here. And it's like money was backing these guys, money and politicians. And there's a game that was being played, and we kind of exposed it. And it's kind of shady and corrupt. And the real black business cannabis companies that wanted to open were getting screwed by the nonprofit who's supposed to be supporting them. And that's really what it's about. And I exposed it on my show. And they're suing me for things like asking questions, having an opinion, reposting the guy who got arrested with some comments. And I love what Nan said too. I was listening to her legal advice. It makes much more sense actually if you just repost something and don't say anything yourself. Even though I did couch, even though my language was very much because I didn't agree with everything in that video. I even said that when I reposted it, just due to the fact that I don't agree with everything Mar Stringer says. But I agree on the fact that I feel like he got the shit end of the stick in that situation with the fist fight and the video and all that stuff. I don't agree with everything he always says, and I even said that in the video. But in a way, by just putting commentary on it, that's what they're coming after me for, which is crazy. And they're saying I endorsed it, which I endorse some of the speech in his videos, some of it I don't. And I even said that. There's one person named Shalene Title, and Mar and I are getting a little beef a lot because he feels like Shalene's done a lot of shit, and I'm like, I don't think Shalene's part of that. And even to this day, we still don't agree 100% on all that stuff. So that's what it is, and it just they're trying to shut me up. And I think part of it too is I think it's twofold. Number one is I've always had credibility in the cannabis industry because I helped legalize. I did medical, decrim, legal. I was a big part of that before there was any money in it. And I'm the person who basically could have had a job at one of these big dispensaries. I could have done marketing for any of them. They all wanted me. And I was like, no, because you're shady. And I basically exposed them. And I exposed a lot of the BS that they were doing, the unfair trade practices, and especially back in the employees when the cultivation sites were very dangerous and people were getting sick and dying. And one woman did die at 27 years old. I exposed that. So I have a lot of credibility there. And also now I have a much larger audience with that added credibility. People have been watching me for years, and now they see I'm kind of blowing up, and they see some money there. So I think it's a shut me up because I've gotten too much of an audience. I have too much credibility in that space. And I'll tell the truth. And the people with the money in the industry in Massachusetts don't like that. I can't be bought
Right.
off. There's nobody who's going to sponsor me. I mean, a lot of them used to sponsor my show back in the day. And what would happen is they would sponsor the radio network that I worked at, the internet radio. And then they would do something shady and I would go on the air and blast the fuck out of them. And then we'd lose the sponsorship. I mean, I don't, you're not using my credibility like that. I don't care. I never did it for money. Now there is money obviously involved in the show and stuff, but it's not for me. This is about, like I said, mission. That's why I get so excited about is how I'm helping somebody, how I'm helping someone I feel like is getting unjustly treated, doesn't have an audience, doesn't have support. And now, wow, next court date, Kelsey's going to have support. And I feel like I'm one of the people that started getting that ball rolling.
You
and
are.
now we know people are going to show up. So, and it's my audience too. Like, that's what I'm so thankful for is the audience that gets me. They don't always agree with everything I say or do, or even, how I act or whatever, but they get me and they get what we're doing together, which I just love it. So I'm very thankful. The only thing that sucks is the lawsuit. I mean, the lawsuit, it just sucks because it's very complicated. It's for a lot of money. It's just, and like Nan said, I'm going to spend, I'm quoting Nan like on the Cab show, but like I'm spending a shitload of money just to get the judge to even get to look at it and say, hey, this is bullshit. We'll throw it out. But even then, like, it's really, we've seen with Karen Reed, we've seen with this court.
Oh, yeah.
It depends on the judge. Is the judge even going to like really weigh it? Because a lot of judges are just like, no, we'll wait and decide all this in court. And, it's like 50-50 if I'm lucky, so we're going to spend all this money and time just to get to this point. And if we don't get it, it's going to cost me even more money. So
Wow.
I need the money. Like, it's not even a question. I'm putting a lot of money in because I want to defend my free speech. I don't want to get shaken down by people. I'm going all out. Like, if I have to lose all my money, all the money I've saved to defend this, I'm gonna. But if you can help, it helps us go further. And I appreciate Nan too. She said she'd help out too, which is, well, hopefully we don't need it. Hopefully it gets thrown out just
She's
as a motion
the woman.
to dismiss.
She's the woman behind the man in this,
Yeah.
I believe. You showed up in his reading, Nan. I don't know if you saw that reading I did. But she was confirmed, a hard confirmation for me that I'm like, oh, okay, there she is. She's not red hair. She's blonde. Oh, red. Wait a minute. The red. There you go. There you go, Nan. There you go.
I went back to my old microphone. Let me know if I cut out. But I freaked out when I saw
very faint. It's very faint. Okay. Can you turn up a little bit?
Yeah. I'm gonna go back to the other one.
We're making Nan work today.
It's okay. All right. Is this better?
Perfect. Perfect.
Okay, yeah. So I had mic issues on Mike's show a month or two ago, but I will tell you, when I saw your reading, I freaked out because you were like, oh, there's a lady, and then I was like, oh my God, why am I in his reading? I felt like I was intruding, and maybe it's not me, Mike, but I'm here to help you. So always feel free to ask.
Well, I think what it is you've just given him such a foundation, a cornerstone, so you're someone that he can just if there's a question or that, he can bounce it off of you and he knows he's going to get a true answer, no fluff, no ridiculousness. And that's in itself is priceless. And especially in these lawsuit type things. I mean, we all know how expensive they are. I have clients that, I mean, I've got stories. I'm not going to tell you, but I've got stories of clients who have just been financially broken and who had to give up and take whatever it was that they were, because they just could not afford the legal fees. And you can't say, well, you want your legal team to work for free, because you're paying for them to be the credentialed part to use their smarts to go through and make sure that all this is taken care of. And that's, so you got to pay to stay. That's the way it is. And so it's unfortunate and it's fortunate in both ways. But yeah, I was not surprised. And especially when I said, and it's funny because I said, we will ask to assign the Queen of Diamonds, and she is red as well. And look, you show up in the red. So that's amazing, Nan. It is amazing.
Plan that. I did not plan this, although it is my favorite color. It's been my favorite color forever. But now that I think about it, this further freaks me out because I definitely want a reading. I want a reading.
I'm going to do that. I definitely am going to do that. Have you ever been to a psychic or a tarot reader before?
No.
Never? Neither one of you? Never?
No, that's what was wild for me because I'm usually kind of skeptical. But when I saw you start doing it, I was like, this is comforting. Like I really, I like your style, Zelda. You're very nice and you're good at it. And so for someone like me, it was nice. I also think one of the signs you said was one of my girlfriend's signs too. So I was thinking, it could be there's two, I think maybe because there were two different. So I think maybe, and I think Nan's already have been helping me. Like when she was on the cab, you were saying some things about the slap and it just even hearing your professional kind of review of it's funny because I didn't put as much time into it as I should have. Like honestly, I've been so and so I feel like I need to go and help my lawyer. And like Nan said, I there's a lot of instances where I feel like this guy is a public figure, and so I need to go and find every time he's gone and spoken at City Hall and all the GBH and media stories and just document them all for my attorney, for instance. So I just felt like I just enjoyed the reading. It was good for me, I'm thankful you did it, and it also brings attention too to this, which I don't want to be always talking about it myself. So it's nice when other people are sticking up for me, and I really appreciate you all, everybody, Nan, Lady Zelda.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Well,
B too. Yeah.
Because it's kind of funny because of all because I've been doing this for a long time, and I told my chat the other night, I said, I'm not the redheaded stepchild, but I'm kind of the redheaded stepchild because, I'm not woo-woo. I'm not one of these, oh my God, you give me $200, I'll pray away, or, this sort of thing. Because I learned a long time ago from my grandmother, who basically said, look, you do this because you can do this. And if anybody wants to then give you any kudos or anything beyond that, that's fine. And if not, you do it because you can help, you can give insight. And then of course, and later on, there's my whole backstory, but I've been doing this for 50 years. I had my 50-year anniversary, March 15th, which was my birthday. And I've worked with law enforcement over the years, 3-letter agencies. My mother.
Do you mind which ones? Like CIA, FBI,
FBI, and maybe a little bit of the CIA. There you go.
Wow.
And
what do they? Could you mind me?
No, go ahead.
My interview. What do they ask you? Like, what kind of stuff do they when the CIA hit you up? I have had FBI guys on. I've never had any CIA people. I'm like, now I'm Like, what's going on?
Let's
What do
just
they hit
pray
you
they're
up
not
with?
watching, right? I'll get a knock. Wait a minute. Hello. They're at the door.
Maybe you can help them with a lawsuit. CIA, can you pull some strings? No,
There you
I'm
go.
just kidding. It's a
What?
joke. Don't sue me.
They will sometimes come through the back door of the feds. If the feds are not getting the answers, then I've only had it happen twice, and they are different and extremely intimidating. I mean, I sat there and thought, okay, did I break any of my green crayons in 1969? I better fess up to this because I feel like they know everything. I mean, they are, yeah, they know everything and anything, and you better not tell them. And I mean, they're extremely intimidating, first of all. But the one that I spoke to was very nice. In fact, at one time, asked me because we were in some type of a meeting for another client. And he was there and he looked over at me and he goes, "Hey, can you get me Dollywood tickets?" And I said, "Wait a minute. You're with an agency and you're asking me for Dollywood tickets? You need to just go up there, pal, and flash your little badge and say, here, I'm here to talk to the, whatever." So, I mean, he was getting ready to retire and he was very personable, but you get the newbies and ooh. But how they would usually get involved, because it started out with missing persons. The first case that I worked on was with the Gainesville, Florida FSU murders in Gainesville. Hello. And I was living in St. Augustine then. And they came to me and they said, this keeps happening because these young girls were being unalived constantly, and not constantly, but enough that the local police just did not know what to do anymore. So they came to me and they said, we need some help. And so I gave them as much as I possibly could. And then the next thing you know, it went quiet. And I'm going to tell you, when it goes quiet, you need to be looking, because when they go quiet is when they start showing up, in my experience anyway. And finally I said, I'm going to look into this deeper. And I did. And so I called the police chief and I said, I've got a name for you. And he said, "Oh, you know what? I'm sick of this woo-woo stuff, this psychic stuff. Just go away, go away." And I said, "Well, can I have the detective that's working on the case? He's not going to talk to you, And it would be like, wait. And then finally I said, "Well, who is the agent talking?" And finally the agent called me, and then he came to visit me and he said, "What's the name?" And I said, "Walter." And he said, "There's not a Walter." I said, "Yes, there is. There's a Walter. You better look. There's a Walter." And it turned out to be the janitor in the university's second middle name. He was like Catholic or something. So it was like something, Walter, something. And it was him. They nailed him after that. And they didn't look any further than his second name. And he never used the name Walter. He didn't even put it on his application for the university. So it started from there, and then they kind of remembered me, and I've done a lot of different things. Missing people. The last child missing case that I ever did was, I can just see him now, and it just breaks my heart. Was up in Minnesota, and it was, oh my goodness, and his name just escaped me, and I just said it last night.
It'll come back.
It'll come back. It's all the woo woo. It's all the woo woo, but it'll come back. But it was, I can see it now. Oh my goodness, Jacob Wetterling. I don't know if you heard of Jacob Wetterling or not.
No.
But it was he was taken out of the front yard of his home. He was with friends riding bicycles, and he was taken out of the front yard. And they called me and they said, this is going to be in a national. They put out all these missing children cases. And, that's when we had the big milk carton thing back there. That was horrible. And I don't do that anymore, but I kept telling him he's not far away from you at all. He's right there. No, how could he be? We've looked everywhere. He's right there. And here they found him buried in the next lot over from his home.
Oh my
So
God.
it was, and I thought, I can't do the missing. And I almost got involved with Madeline Soto, and I still believe the mother needs to be looked into. I don't know if she made a deal or something there, but that was just weird. But I thought, I can't do that. I can't get involved with the kids. I can't do it.
She's
So
too hard.
it is too hard. It's heartbreaking to be working with families and,
It
that
is.
sort of thing. So then I get involved and Karen Reed case shows up, and the boss who owns the lady that owns the psychic line that I work on said, I think you need to look into this one. And I said, oh, and the first video that I did, I said, they're going to want to give her lesser included. I was going on and on and on, and I got pulvered, and I just got.
You got some McAlberts in there?
Yes, I just got pummeled in the chat. People were just. And then I did one on the presidential election, and oh man, they came after me on that one.
Oh boy, that's another one.
Yeah, and then I did one on the inauguration, so I knew what to stay away from and what I could. And to me, I thought, people need to see an inauguration. I don't care what side you're on. Inaugurations are important. It's a part of our history. It's a part of, and I was talking about the White House and how ghosts are in the White House and this sort of thing. Oh, so I just said, okay, I'll stick with the crime. Everything that everybody likes, I'll just stick with the crime. So there you go. But that's just a little tidbit. But do you remember the Psychic Friends Network with,
Yes.
I was their premier psychic on Psychic Friends Network, did their commercials. Oh yeah.
Wow.
I was living in Virginia Beach, was married to a commander in the Navy when I was doing that. And it was so much fun. And Dionne Warwick is still living. She's on X, Twitter. And every now and then I'll say hello to her and she'll say, oh, there she is. There's my Zelda. And it's like, oh my gosh, but that was a lot of fun. Had to turn.
Do you remember Solid Gold with Diane Warwick? That was a big show.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Had to go testify against a couple of people in Washington, D.C. one time because of what they told me on the line.
No.
Oh, really?
What kind of stuff? What were they telling you about?
Well, let me see if I can. This one sticks. This one sticks with me. Picked up a fellow. He was an Asian gentleman who was talking about he was in love with, and I took it to be a person. And he said, every time I'm going past this one place, I think this, and the way he was saying it was that I thought this person was reacting to him. And that he would just keep calling and we would talk about hours and about he had dry cleaners in DC and he was doing this. And then things started getting a little weird and he started telling me all this. And it ended up that this person that I thought that he was in love with ended up being a horse. And the horse was reacting to him by having some of his private parts.
Oh God.
Yeah. Hello. And then he started.
What happened to him?
He started
Did he
saying
go to jail,
things. I said, "Wait a minute. Hello. I'm not into horse love. Never mind." And he ended up saying some things about underage people.
My goodness.
And then, and back then, back then, we didn't have cell phones. We didn't have internet. We didn't have anything. And it was very short-lived on the recording of calls. You could only do so much with that. So as soon as I got off, I called the office and said, hey, you better be looking into this guy and to put him on my do not call list. I can't handle this. We're not running a 900 line here. I can't handle this. So it turns out to be that that fellow had a history of doing this sort of thing. And I ended up having to go to DC to testify against him as far as what he told me, because he had been going to this farm and trying to get acquainted with this horse. So yeah, I'm going to tell you, when you work for a psychic line, it's like the bars close and then everybody calls you.
I can't imagine, especially back then. Because I mean, today it'd be different, but back then there was, like you said, the bars closed. There's no internet. It's either TV or call someone on the phone, right? Like that was, or listen to the radio. I mean, that's it. It was like, yeah.
The last one that I had was someone calling in, and her husband was having an affair with someone. And I heard these children screaming in the background. I mean, crying and screaming. It was horrendous, horrible, bad. And I said, honey, what's going on? And she said, Zelda, I'm so glad that you're on tonight. I watch you, blah, blah, blah. And this has just been like 2 years ago. And I said, well, what's going on? And she said, I was talking to my husband. I knew he was having an affair. We had a conversation tonight. He told me he was going to stay with me. We were going to try to work things out. And he told me that this woman, that he was his mistress, he told her, and that he was going to stay and he was not going to leave me and the kids for her. And he said he was working out in the garage, had the garage door open, and she came into the garage and pew-pewed him in the garage. Now, she calls me before she calls the police. Hello.
Oh my God.
And she's crying. These children are going crazy. And I said, oh my God, where is this woman now? Why, we think that we're out here in the garage. I said, is the garage door closed? She said, no. I said, do not touch a thing. Get those kids, get in the house, lock the doors, lock the windows, and you go into the bathroom and you lock the door. And I said, do one of the girls have, because she was telling me their names, and she said, they want to know if their dad went to heaven. It's obvious that he's not there. She shot him in the face. And they wanted to know if their dad went to heaven, and they were hysterical. And I said, of course he went. There's no reason why he didn't go to heaven. And I'm talking to the kids, they're on speaker. And I said, honey, do you have a cell phone? Yes. I said, here's what you do. You call 911. I'm going to talk to your mom. You call 911. You give the address. I'm on all this stuff. You can hear the sirens coming in the background. And I said, do you hear anyone walking in your home? No. Do you hear anything? No. So the 911 operator says, they're there, they're in the driveway. She said, we're hiding in the bathroom. She comes out. So the police officer walks in. This is the funny part, even though it wasn't funny. This is the funny part. The police officer walks in the house, and she said, okay, Zelda, they're here now. And I'm like, okay, honey, you can hang up from me. You call. And he says, the police officer says, who are you talking to? And she said, my psychic. And he goes, psychic? And I was laughing because of his reaction. He was like, psychic? And so he gets on the phone with me and he says, what happened? And I told him. And he said, are you available? I said, yeah, just call the company. They'll tell you if I need to talk. I never did. I never heard from him again. So that was it. I've had some crazy, like a neighbor of a caller unaliving his parents in Michigan, and calling me. It's crazy. So it attracts that. Sometimes that part of people, it attracts that part. It's crazy. It's, but this is not about me. It's about you, Mike.
You got to be able to, you have definitely a skill set to handle it. I can tell you care, but you don't. you know, you kind of give them calm advice, right?
Well, it's common sense, because to me, calling your psychic while your husband is laying on your garage floor wanting to know if he went to heaven, but I get it, because your mind leaves you. Common sense
Exactly.
leaves you at that point when you've got two little girls that are crying and screaming and wanting to know what's happened. And, the police showed up. She was sitting in her car. She had the pew pew with her, and they arrested her and done. I had another client that got arrested for red rum in Virginia, and I told her she was having an affair. I told, don't go, don't go. They set her up. That's a whole other story. We'll talk about it another time. But she spent about 9 months in jail while she got attorneys. And she and her sister would call, or she would call her sister, and then her sister would call me and three-way me in so I could talk to her. And actually on the website in my bio, she wrote, it ruined her financially. She lost everything. But it was a case that was swept under the rug because he was big in with the Catholic Church. The priest did not want this to get out, that this guy was having an affair, because this man left the church a lot of money, and he knew a lot of people in town, and they just swept it away. Just went away. And that was it. Now she's suing them on a 1983 charge. Is that right? Yeah, 19. Yeah, she's now suing that. And I thought, where did I hear this before? When Karen Reed started, and it's like, yeah, my client is suing this little town in Virginia on this 1983. I haven't heard anything yet, but her attorney said all systems are go, and it looks very good for her because of the way they handled it. So, and funny enough, the people across the street from this place had Ring cameras, so they got a lot of information from the Ring camera. Isn't that amazing how Ring cameras, when you really do give up the footage, can help you? It's amazing, isn't it?
Oh yeah, when they actually work and
When you
don't.
live, yeah. If you don't live in Canton, they work.
There for a little while, Mike, I was actually afraid to come up there. I mean, Richie, I've read cards for Richie, Microdot's Richie, and
Richie,
yeah, and he was saying, will you come up here? And I'm like, I'm not coming to Canton. Are you kidding? I'm sure they watch me sit down here and talk about Higgy Baby and Karen and what's going on with the McAlberts, and especially Jennifer McCabe and all this. There's no way I'm going to come up there to Canton.
You know who's not afraid is Richie. He's like one of the ones that like you'd expect to be most targeted. He did get threatened. Chris Albert, like one of the nights he was filming Chris Albert's like, yeah, buddy, we know about you. We looked up your record. Yeah, you driving? Yeah, you driving, Micah? So like he's like, and Richie's like, he don't care. I love Richie. He just. Because when I was freaking out, they were coming after Richie and I. And one of the reasons I think I calmed down a little bit more, too, is when I finally reached out to Richie, as my memory serves me. He was like, whatever. Like, like, I'm like, if he's not that worried, maybe I shouldn't be that worried. Like,
I don't think you should. I think a healthy concern is always good, Mike. But to be worried to the point where it holds you back and tears you down, no. You keep going, because that's the ultimate goal that they have, is they want you to quit and hide and pull back. But I'll tell you the funny thing, when a lot of things calm down, Richie and I are going to go on a ghost hunt, and Richie is going to film it. Oh, nice. And we're going to do something like that, because at one time I wanted to buy the Amityville house, and I was telling him that. And Nan's like, no, what am I getting into?
You don't want that.
No, what am I getting into?
Yes.
I went into that house one night, and it was frightening. And it was for sale. It was September 16th. What is today? Oh my goodness. I think 10 years ago in 2 days already. And it's,
Yeah.
I was telling him all about it, and he goes, "Were you going to buy it?" And I was like, "No, the people don't want to sell, and they think they have Taj Mahal, and they want 1.25 million for that house because they think they have Taj Mahal." And because my plan was not to live in it, my plan was to, you know, do research. There's more to life than just how we live it. And he's like, "Oh, do you need some cameras?" "Yeah, probably." "Oh, would you like to go on a ghost hunt? I've never been on one of those." "Yeah, do you want to go with me, Richie?" "Well, yeah, let's go." So I'm waiting. I've got some things that I'm doing personally, and then once that happens, maybe we can make arrangements. But I know that Richie is very I know that he's very busy right now, so we're not going to be doing too much of anything, but
That
it's
sounds like
not yet.
fun.
Well, come on, let's go.
I might go. I might go.
Well,
I have some creepy experiences in my past with
really?
paranormal that, yeah, I love that. And I love Halloween time. I love going on ghost tours and all of that. But yeah, there's been a few moments in my life that have caused me to be like, okay, I believe in other things beyond ourselves.
Can you tell us one? Can
Oh
you tell us a
yeah.
story? Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
you want to
tell us a story. Here everyone. Our Aunt Attorney Nan now is telling us a ghost story. Get your
Ooh.
popcorn, get settled in. We're going to hear some ghost stories.
All
I love
right,
it. I love it.
this is one. Okay. So when in the house that I grew up in, and I lived there for many years. I think it was like I started living there at age 4 until I went to law school. So my childhood home. Remember we were talking earlier, Lady Zelda, about how many state laws require you to disclose if
Yes.
there's been a death in the house, but at the time that you buy the house, the sellers have to disclose that.
Yes.
Well, I have since found out that the sellers of that home to my parents never disclosed that there had been a death in that house, in my childhood house.
Oh.
And it was a self unaliving. There was a self unaliving in that house before we lived there.
Mm-hmm.
And my bedroom was above the garage, and the person who lived in the house before us self unalived in the garage using a vehicle and an exhaust system.
Oh.
Okay. I have
Mm-hmm.
since found this out later.
Mm.
But when I would sleep in my room, several times a week, I would hear a car start. Now, both of my parents who had cars never parked them in the garage. My dad used to keep a snowblower and all his equipment, but no one parked cars in the garage. And I suffered from horrible insomnia as a child. So when
Mm.
I would wake up in the middle of the night from the ages of like 4 until 10, and I would just kind of go to my parents' room and say, "There's a car that started in the garage." And I would constantly tell them that. And I would hear coughing. And I would report this to my parents. Every now and then they would humor me and go look in the garage and never find anything. And just say, "Go to bed. You're out of your mind. There's nothing there. There's no monsters under the bed, so to speak." Well, we
Oh.
found out a few years later, while still living at the house, from neighbors who lived up the street, that the person who lived in the house before us self unalived by an exhaust system in a vehicle right in the garage. So I believe that I was somehow sensitive to that or was being haunted by that. So that's my little story. Maybe it's not exciting, but
Oh, no, I think it is. I think it is because what you were experiencing, and a lot of times when we are young like that, um, energy, that's what we are all about, energy. Energy cannot be destroyed, it cannot be created. It just kind of moves on and takes another shape.
right.
And I believe that sometimes energy during especially things like that will loop. It will loop because it cannot be destroyed. Doesn't have anywhere to go. And sometimes people think it's the spirit of people that remain. I don't believe that always. I believe that is the energy that remains, that is looping, because when your body leaves this little meat suit that we all have and moves on, because going back a little bit, the soul and the spirit are different. The spirit is the intellect of the soul. So that spirit part goes, that of the soul goes, but you can leave that behind. You can leave that to the point where it's like, oh my gosh, that is looping. Now, that's why I do the EVPs on this channel. And John O'Keefe came to me Christmas Eve in a dream-like thing and told me a lot that actually came out in the trial that I don't know if anybody knew or not. But I believe that it's this energy, because that was so traumatic, and I believe that energy understands that I have that I will attract that to a certain degree. And many times we've done it here on the channel, and it has literally said things like name names, like Brian Higgins.
Wow.
Like different things, Karen, Mr. Reed, talking about. And so there's a disruption there, definitely, for sure. And when you see that, because quite frankly, when do we ever see ghosts that are happy in the kitchen making cookies and stirring Kool-Aid? You don't really ever see that type of thing. It's a quick disturbance of that energy. And that I would love to go to 34 Fairview. Of course, I would have my attorney or someone announce it and say, look, we're coming, where I'm just not going to knock on the door like some fool from American, whatever.
Yeah.
And basically say, look, I would love to do a clearing here. I would love to do an EVP session. I would love to go, I would love to do this, and just see what comes out. But everything that I've ever done, and John O'Keefe, in these, I call it remote viewing that happened, gave me the name of 3 people that are responsible for this. And then there is a 4th that stood back. And I can't say anything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I can't say anything. I can't say, oh, it was this and this, because then I'm going to end up like the TikTok psychic who accused that lady, right, on the Idaho 4 from the professor. And certainly I don't want that. I don't want to do anything like that at all. So there's a lot of residual, but I would love, man, I would love to do that if you want. And believe me, we won't do anything very, very scary. Mike, you want to come along? We can do something.
Right.
I don't know. I'm kind of, yeah. I don't know if I want any ghosts. I have enough issues.
Well, you can just report on it.
Mike's got enough
I have
on his
to,
plate.
I will say I have like an experience I don't talk about from when I was a kid.
Oh, can we hear about it?
It
He
freaks
doesn't
me
talk
out
about
a
it.
little bit, because I'm like, am I crazy, or did I experience, I don't know. When I was a kid, I had either a dream or a UFO abducted me. I swear to God, it basically took me through the wall. It's basically I can remember, it's almost like you're looking at you, and then it just pointed at you, and it took me through the wall, and I'm floating.
Done.
And I floating into their craft. And all they wanted me to do was a test. There was some kind of test. They were testing me. And they were having me push these buttons. And they weren't telling me, but they were basically, I could tell that they were basically telling me, if you don't get this right, everyone dies.
Oh my God.
And so I'm I know all this stress.
No pressure, right?
Yeah.
No pressure.
And they're all I know is I was doing good, but then I didn't pass. And then I wake up.
That sounds like an anxiety.
And I'm on my bed. And I've had that dream at other times in my life, like, but not that vivid, like not going into the only time, like little snippets of I have is that test. That's the only dream that I have that's continuing. They don't have like the UFO experience thing, but it seemed real. Like, but at the same time, I'm like, it's a dream. Like, I don't know. Like this, like my whole life, I've just been like, I don't know if that was real because it seems so real. Like, I have a nightmare that's so real. But
That's amazing.
and maybe it's just because of the whole thing. Like, everyone's gonna die if you don't get this right. You know what I mean? Like,
It's the pressure.
yeah.
Well, does
Wow, that
does
sounds
it
like an
happen?
anxiety dream to me.
I was going to
Yeah.
say, does that happen when you're feeling anxiety on a particular situation? Do you know? I mean, was
No,
there a
no,
big test?
no.
Oh, just something
I
happened.
mean,
Okay.
yeah, no, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't. I mean, I don't think I've had that dream in a while. You know what I mean? That was like
Well,
kind of like more of a kid growing up type situation. Yeah.
Right.
Like, I don't know. I don't really remember my dreams that much. I don't know. It's weird.
it could be a good thing, Mike. It could be a good thing. It could be a good thing.
Yeah.
But well, it's funny because I grew up in a European type family. I'm going to say European that were Americanized, and this was there. I mean, it was always ghost stories and always things and always. Now, my dad was the son of a Methodist minister, so you can imagine I was not very well received. But my grandparents on my mother's side, my grandmother knew Elizabeth or Lorraine Warren from Connecticut, and it it was definitely different, and especially back then because now there are so many new terms. Back then it was telepathy and ESP. Nobody, you don't even hear ESP anymore.
No.
Mm-hmm.
You don't hear any of these terms, and it's all these new terms and all this new people come up with it, but it doesn't change what happens. It's just new terminology, new things, new, whatever. It's amazing. I think more people have experiences than what they would like to think,
Totally.
But
I think that too, if you look at, because I've gotten into a little more into physics and stuff, and I don't
oh yeah,
understand any of it, but a lot of the physics people are coming to, like, there's another field, like a universal field, and even what you're talking about, like the remote viewing stuff, like the CIA looked into that shit. Like, they
oh,
looked
they're
into a
all
lot of
about
that
it.
stuff because there is something to it. Like, you ever notice, like, if
Right.
you have an idea, and even if you don't share it with someone, you plan to do something, and like YouTube, for instance. I'm not saying this happens in YouTube, but I'm just giving people examples. Like, if I come up with a show idea, one of my friends who's a YouTuber might come up with the same show idea at the same time without me telling them or telling anybody, just because I thought about it first. And we're so
Right.
close. It's like this universal field where we can all kind of
Mm-hmm.
tap into, and it kind of affects each other. So I think our thoughts
Well,
are that strong that
Yeah.
they
we
are.
communicate without even knowing it. Without even knowing it. I see that happen a lot, actually. And sometimes I pick up on stuff someone else is working on, or they pick up on something I'm working on without us communicating, without anyone leaking anything. It happens. It definitely happens.
I see it all the time. I teach on Monday nights classes on a sister channel called True Oracle, the art of manifestation, frequency, laws of vibration. And the one thing that when I studied and when I went through everything and I studied at the Education Foundation and all these other places, one thing that I've always had to remember, because it will blow my mind gets blown sometimes. And this is not religion. It's not a woo-woo stuff. It is science, and it is especially physics. It's physics. You can't, these are laws. They're universal laws, universal. And funny, but last week I taught on the laws of entanglement and how when you get, just like Donna Adelson's case, the McAlberts, you get entangled. The more you get entangled, the more you attract the entanglement. And the more you attract it, the more you try to fix it. The more you become a fixer and you try to cover it up and you try to, and it's that you're just keep attracting. And people have asked me, what about generational curses? And I'm like, no, they're no longer a generational curse. But think about these families. Think about Donna Adelson. That's your generational curse, because she convinced her son to do something, in my opinion, that he shouldn't have done. Charlie Adelson.
Mm-hmm.
What about Wendy Adelson? Well, we're just waiting for the little fanfare to go off and see if she's going to be toted in. What about these people with Karen Reed? I'm going to say this is probably not the McAlberts' first rodeo, but it might be their last. And they've done these sort of things before. And so it becomes their normal. But think of what they're teaching their kids. Think, we do by seeing. So are their kids looking at their parents? And at Jennifer McCabe, I call her Jawbone Jen. Sorry, that's just my thing on the channel. But do they look at Jennifer McCabe and do they think, oh, well, my mom's telling this story? Think about Carrie. What was her name? Carrie whatever. Roberts. She was so convinced. Carrie Roberts. Thank you, Ms. Nan. She was so convinced that Jen was telling her the absolute truth. And Jen planted the seed on purpose, in my opinion, to Carrie. She wanted that narrative to be spewed out there. But she was so convincing that she convinced Carrie to go and lie in front of a grand jury. She's a talker. You know, people think she's a talker. But anyway, I'm ready to read cards for you, Miss Nan. Are you ready?
Oh. Yes.
Do you want to or no?
Mike, go save yourself, Mike. Or you can witness my embarrassment.
I'm getting a call from the girlfriend. I'm not sure what's going on. I'm feeling it's something she needs me for, unfortunately.
Go. Everybody.
Nice meeting you, Mike.
Yes.
If you want to pop back in,
make a donation.
I don't know. Does anybody know what the tally is so far? Does anybody know? I know people are looking.
I could take a look. It went up. I mean, I'm happy it went up to 16,000. I think that's just
okay.
It went up today. Like, that was amazing. I can look right now, but it's definitely done well. It's let me look if I can find it right now.
We're gonna keep hanging in there.
Oh my God. We're at 16.7.
Oh, it's great.
Yay. Oh, I made something for you. Mike.
Wow. It's looked like we're really kicking ass. Like, this is just wow.
That's what it's all about.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, everybody. Like,
I made you something really quick, Mike.
You did.
Ask your girlfriend to forgive me. I made this for you.
Carm, yes.
This is a sigil. It is a emblem of protection for you.
Oh boy.
And to protect you from, and I'm going to give you a little rundown. See, the outer circle represents the whole and divine protection. You see, in any type of tradition that deals in this type of arena, a circle creates a boundary of safety, and it keeps negative energy and malicious intent from breaking into that circle. And it marks the sacred space of the sigil so that no harm can cross it. But then in the vertical axis that you see there in the center line symbolizes truth, justice, and clarity. A vertical line is the cosmic pillar, and in connecting heaven, which is a higher truth, to earth, which is where we live in this reality. It anchors the man at the center of the lawsuit, which is yours. You're truly there, Mike. It anchors you in truth and integrity, and it shields you against any type of falsehood coming toward you. The intersecting horizontal line represents balance on one end and fairness on the other. And it emulates the scales of justice. It cuts across the vertical line like a protective crossbeam, stopping hostile forces from piercing through. And I want you to think of this as a shield, or actually a gate that bars unfair attacks. The curved lines flowing that look like branches represent deflection. So any negativity that is coming in toward you just bends away, and it never strikes the mark that they've intended. It also encourages growth and renewal for you, like vines that show, that open up doors that will thrive even under pressure. The flow brings calm and resilience in times of conflict. And then that little small dot that you see on the left is the evil eye ward within the sigil. It's a watchful spirit that notices hidden attacks and malicious gossip. And in mystical terms, the dot is a seed of truth, reminding one that sparks. The authenticity dispels shadows of falsehood. So overall, the energy of this is protection is the dot and the circle. Justice and truth is the vertical and horizontal cross. Deflection of negativity is the curved lines, and the strength under pressure, continuous design with no breaks. So if you even display this, if you keep this on your phone, take a screenshot, whatever it is you want to do, it will serve as both a visual talisman and a focal point for a collective intention magnified by everyone who has gathered here in support of you. That's what this means.
Photo
Wow.
of it. I love
That's
that. Thank you
beautiful.
so much. It's
You're
you
welcome
have such
so
a
much.
way of explaining these things too. It's make me feel I'm protected. I got the power of protection.
You
now. I love
are.
it. Thank
You are.
Zelda.
You've got a huge divine. It's nothing coming from me. It's a divine protection, right? You know, good and evil. It's a good and evil type thing, because they're coming at you because they can, Mike. That's the only difference. They think they've got deep pockets. They're coming at you because they can. You're going to be A-okay. And if you want me to email that or send this over to you in X so you can have a copy of it,
X is perfect.
I will
Yes.
definitely do that. I will definitely do that. So very good. Very good. I will do that. I'll be
That
glad
would make
to.
a great tattoo.
Yeah. Maybe, I don't have any tattoos. Maybe I'll
I don't
can
either.
finally get one.
Do you have a tattoo, Nan?
I do.
Do you?
Yeah.
I do, but I have another one envisioned in the near future.
Oh, there you go. That
Yeah.
would make a great tattoo.
Yeah.
But I don't have any. I'm just chicken. I'm chicken. You know, because I think, what if I get older and this thing starts to fold or sag?
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's just not going to look good if it starts folding and sagging. So
yeah.
there we go.
I
There
hear
we
you
go.
on that.
There we go. Mike, thank you so much, my darling.
Thank you so much for
being here.
having me, Zelda. I really appreciate you so much.
I had so
Thank
much
you, Mike.
fun.
Me
This
too.
has been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Please come back. Please come
I will
back.
anytime. Thank you so much,
Okay.
and thank you, Dan, and
My
thank you.
pleasure.
I'm like feeling really good today. Thank you so
We're
much for
we're
doing this
here
for me.
for Kelsey too. So
Yes.
if you do get to talk to her, listen. I'm going to make her one of these sigils. I'll give it to you, and I'm going to read for her, and I'll put it in the reading, and we'll just ask for divine protection to come over her. I did this for Karen, and it actually showed me that we would have a verdict on June 18th, and we did. So
Wow. That's amazing.
it is
Like-
very amazing. Very amazing. So
I would
love-
definitely, if we could give it to her father too.
Okay.
So
Very
definitely,
good.
I talked to him today. We talk a lot. So yeah.
Oh, good. Well, we're thinking of her. She's got a whole big community of support behind her, and Believe I'm almost afraid to put out in a card reading, though I'm hesitant, Mike, of what I see, because
Rough.
should I? What if the other people see it? You know, is that going to harm her? That's the thing I have to be careful of. I'll wait for you. You give me the thumbs up and then I will. How's that?
I don't know how to make those decisions. That's gonna be for you, I think, because
Well,
this is beyond my pay grade.
well, all righty.
The
Sounds good.
spiritual world is like I'm used to like just by the numbers, but
We'll take on some spiritual warfare here too. So there,
Yeah.
we can do it. We can do it. All right, my darling. Thank you.
thank you so much. Have
You're
a great
welcome.
night.
Sunday, Mike.
You too.
Enjoy
Thank you,
your
Dan.
time.
Have a great night. Bye
Have a
now.
good night. Thank
Thank
you.
Bye now.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Was that not a lot of fun?
I love
He's
Mike.
wonderful. He's wonderful. Well,
He was the first creator on whose channel I streamed. I have a special place in my heart for him.
aw, really nice. That is very nice. Very nice. So, do you want? Can I read
Yeah.
your cards, man?
Let's do
Okay. All right. Good. Good. Let me get set up here. Let me see. This is exciting. Now, I don't know. Let me move this out of the way. I don't usually say, I won't say anything personal. If it gets too, feel always free to jump in and ask me questions and just say, no, we're not talking about that, Zelda. And then, okay. So, because I want to respect your, we all have boundaries. So,
Can you do a reading virtually with someone, or is it always better to be in person with them?
virtually, I do that all the time. I do it more than in person now. So,
and do you need to know anything from me, like what's my sign or when I was born or anything?
your sign is perfect. Your sign is perfect.
I'm a Capricorn.
Oh, I love Capricorns. My son was born Christmas Day. So
I'm 2 days before that.
Oh, good. So you are, oh my goodness, part of the family.
I was actually born the same year and month as John O'Keefe, which is why I always used to laugh at people who call me elderly, because I'm like, you're all in this movement for John O'Keefe. Did you think he was
Crazy.
elderly?
They're all so crazy. What is wrong with them?
Oh my God, I'm so nervous. This is going to be fun.
Oh, don't be nervous, honey, because I am not a negative reader.
Oh,
I'm not
good.
a negative. I'm not. We check out. So we're just I've got 2 decks here. We've got a tarot deck and we've got the playing cards. So the playing card deck is called Cartomancy, and we'll see what shows up for you. Okay. Let me see if I can fix this camera so we're a little bit better. There we go. And so you don't see under the table my bare feet. Okay, here we are. So, but this is how I read. Let me see. There we go. This is how I read usually, and then I do video readings for people. So here we are. Okay. So we're asking spirits, guides, angels, what is it that Nan would like to know? What should she know? Is there anything that she should be aware of? Let's see. Do you know anybody that is a Libra?
Oh my goodness. What month is that? What month?
End of September and into October. We're in Libra right now.
Yes.
You do? Okay. Male, female?
Male.
Male. Okay. That's him right there. Okay. First of all, you thrive on family memories. You want to create good environment, good memories, good for everyone. You almost come off as a water sign. It would not surprise me if you didn't have water sign energy there. You have the Tower. Now I'm going to say, I don't think the Tower is a bad card. The Tower reminds us that sometimes we have to make an abrupt end, an abrupt stop before we can start something new. And I think that you've been through that part already, because then we have this, it's called the Fool card, but you're seriously no fool, I can tell you that. But it's the first card in the tarot deck that says you're ready to wipe the slate clean, ready to start over, ready to just begin again. And it's funny because this little card right here, this little Fool, oh, let me see if I can get this right. There's a little image right here in this little guy's knapsack. You can't really see it, but it is the phoenix, and the phoenix that rises from the ashes. And believe me, I think you may have had a little bit of something going on, but you've definitely overcome and definitely have a brand new beginning. But I love this because look at this card. It's the Justice card. First thing coming out, first and foremost, your love of the law. And it's very important for you to remain and keep things balanced. Keep things, and you know that many times there's a double-edged sword, that it cuts both ways. Sometimes it can cleanse, sometimes it can't cleanse. But with this cloak of the Justice card, the cloak is red. Don't you love that?
Yeah.
And it is power, compassion, passion, and many times control. And this is one of the cardinal cards. There are 3 cardinal cards, but this is one of the cardinal cards. And a cardinal card is that which gives us the stability and gives us the foundation of where we go to next. I love that. Now this fellow here, he's not a water sign, but he comes off as a water sign. Very romantic, very, oh, there's a smile, very romantic, very romantic. Uh-oh, Nan. Oh,
You're
we
making
may
me
have to go up.
blush. I'm gonna match my shirt.
There we go. Bless your heart. Romantic also wants to create memories, because a water sign, but he comes off as someone who loves family, loves home, wants to rebuild, wants to start over, wants to have a brand new life, and especially wants to have you in it, because we have this fellow here. Now, even though that's the Hanged Man, and he's looking a little stressful, he's not really, because he doesn't have a very stressed look on his face. But the idea is that with this card, looking at things from a different perspective. And I think that you've always been very good at making sure that you understand everybody's role. What is anticipation? What is it that you're thinking of? But it's almost as though you didn't get that with this fellow. You didn't quite understand, and I think he had to really make it known to you. And then it was like, oh, because there's an enlightenment here. So that's very good too. I love it. This card here, you are cautious. You're cautious of getting yourself into a situation in which you can't either get out of, or sometimes we are our own worst enemies. And you're cautious of both things. You've in the past had that happen. Going forward, you are baby steps, taking care of things, knowing that communication is really important. The swords are communication. They are also our thoughts. So sometimes our thoughts can fence us in, can hold us back. And even though thoughts are, well, not the facts, they can really trigger us and make us feel that it is the facts, and can fool us sometimes. But I love this. The new beginning, a brand new beginning for you. the birth of a brand new beginning and in changing your environment. So it doesn't surprise me when you're thinking about a move. It's all about timing for you. It's all about timing. Questions so far, my darling? Questions at all?
No, I'm soaking it all in.
Okay,
Nice.
good, good. All right, so I want to ask a question about, I'm going to ask the cards, what about this Tower card? Tell us about the Tower. What do we need to know? What do we need to know? Thank you, Mitchell. He says I handle the cards like Vegas.
You do.
Oh, that's so funny. Ah, okay. When you said that you had insomnia, I don't think you have insomnia now, but what I do feel is that there have been those times where you are really thinking hard upon things, that the thinking layers, like what if this person did, what if this happens, then well, if this happens and this happens, well, if this happens, then I've got to say this, but if I can't say that, then I have to say this. That's what's going on there, but I want a little bit more information. So now I want clarity on the Tower card and on the Nine of Swords. Clarity, please. There we go. That is a water sign, the sign of Cancer. But it is a sign. This is moving into something very interesting. Let me look into something a little bit more here. Okay. This is a sign, and actually water and fire. This is a sign of someone else that is in your life, someone who may promise that he can open doors for you, cause growth, cause you to be in a much better way than what you could think, almost to the point where it's fairy tale. But I'm not going to say don't trust it, because I think that he really feels that way. But what I will say is that he's going in two different directions. And just know that going in those two different directions, that he's got to get some things worked out first before he can share some things with you. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Okay. Okay. This is also telling me that there is some travel come up for you. Travel is coming. Very good.
Yep.
And is there a situation in which, now I don't know. I'm going to describe it the best I can. Is there a situation in which it would almost be you working through with some people? What do they call that? Arbitrate. You being a arbitration, not a magistrate, not a judge, but some arbitration. Are you getting ready to
Yes.
do something like that? Okay.
Yes, I'm serving as an arbitrator coming
Oh.
up in November.
Okay. Okay. We did not know that about you, Miss Nan. Okay. So let me see. Is that going to be out of state?
Yes.
Okay. Because it shows that you are gearing up for that. I love the energy of the Knight of Wands. There are 5 horses that I can think of in the tarot cards. 6 horses. 4 are from the Knights of Royalty. This is the one that basically it's a fire element. So it's like saying, let's get up and go. This is a brand new way. This is a brand new, this is something new. Is this something that you've done before, or is it something that you're?
It's new for me.
New. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Got it. All right, let's keep going on this because it's coming out. All right. I love this because it won't be the last time. This page of swords, in which it is an air element. I don't know if you can see these little birds here.
Yeah.
His nickname, this page, is the Prince of Wind and Breeze. And you can see things, there's a lot of movement here. And this, I'm just going to say new position, whatever you want to call it. I'm going to refer to it as that so I can keep track of it. But this new position or situationship that you're going to be taking, you're approaching this as bring it on. Come on, bring it on. And this card tells me you're not done yet. This will be the first of many that will come. And the fact that this sword goes off the frame of the card, and double-edged sword means that sometimes you're going to be ruling in a very good way and sometimes you may not. And you're just going to do it in which way is whatever is fair. So that is going to be the thing. So let's keep going. Any questions, my darling? Anything?
No, it's all making sense to me.
Okay. I hope you don't get offended that I call you darling and all that. Okay.
I love it.
That's just me. That's just me, because certainly I do respect the credentialed Miss Attorney Nan, but
I love it. I feel very comfortable with you calling me that.
Okay, that's wonderful. Very good. Very good. Okay. Now, this is the Eight of Cups. I love this card for you. I should be using another deck. It shows up better. But anyway, I love this card for you because you can see there another water sign, by the way, which is very emotional. And thinking of things 24/7 of how you can put it together. But 8 cards here. And you can see that this person, who usually typically in another deck I have is in red, has done all he can. They've done all they can. They've positioned the cups in a way that they've done everything that they possibly can do. But many interpret this card of giving up and moving on. And I don't interpret it that way. I interpret it that you're going to be doing the best you can. And now you know when it's time to move on because you're still in control. Now, what are you moving to? There's a space here. The space is for the 9 of Cups, which is your wish come true, your heart's desire, your wish fulfilled. So now you're moving toward all of this that is falling into place. I don't like that. All the pieces of the puzzle coming together. That's better. It's all coming together for you. Let's draw another card. I love it. The Magician card, which I like to call the manifestation card. This tells us that you have an infinite amount of ability to create your own situations. A red cloak, once again. But the motto of this card is, because you're seeing that he's pointing up and pointing down, the motto is, as above, so below. And this shows that there's every element here that is earth, air, fire, water, that you can use at your beck and call when you need to make things happen, because you're a mover shaker. And that's why this card, the 8 of Cups, shows up and comes out. Loving it, loving it. Remember when you said we were going to the 9 of Cups? Well, that's the 9 of Cups. And the funny thing about the 9 of Cups, I've had many people say that little guy looks like John Travolta. I don't know if it does or not. I'll try to hold it still. It kind of does. But I think about that. So you're putting things together. You've done everything that you can do with what you've got to work with now. I want to say that. Working through it, and now you're moving toward the Nine of Cups, which is your wish fulfilled, your dream come true, your heart's desire, all these wonderful things. Wow, just wow. And on the bottom of the deck is the Lover's card. Oh my, who is also a Gemini. So I don't know if you know a Gemini or not, but I don't think it's a Gemini. I think it's this guy. I think it's this guy here, the one that makes you blush a little bit. So there you go. So, yes, my darling, moving, and it looks as though you have several things going on that if you are planning a move, it will encompass so many different things of so many different facets of your life. Now, I'm going to leave that here, put this over here. I want to pull out a couple of the playing cards. And let's see. Give us a final message for our dear friend Dan. Final message, please. Final message. Six of Hearts. I love the hearts. The 10 of Hearts. Loving it. Five of Diamonds. This Five of Diamonds came out for you in Mike's reading.
I remember that.
And the Four of Diamonds. The diamonds are legal, education, and of course for you it will be legal, but will fall into place. This Six of Hearts is all about the sacrifices that you've had to make in the past to get to where you are right now. Did you have another career other than a lawyer?
Career, no, but for 12 years I used to work in a dry cleaners as
Okay.
at the front desk, and then also I was a waitress for
Okay.
about 8 years, but all
Okay.
leading up to becoming an attorney.
Gotcha. Okay. Many sacrifices that you had to make to get where you are right now. The 10 of Hearts is all about new home. It's all about the change. And while you're not changing jobs or career, you're changing. There's another change for you coming. And I think it's much bigger than what you even can imagine. This five, and the reason I'm saying this is the Five of Diamonds is all about business and expansion. So I don't know if you're expanding your law firm. I don't know, but it's definitely expansion, business. And then last but not least, Four of Diamonds just basically says this can be fueled by past, like overcoming a lot of things, overcoming and learning from the past, learning from the hurt, learning from everything that has happened until you are right now, and understanding that everything that you do from this moment on determines where you're going to be tomorrow, the next week, the next month, and even the next year. You've got a 5-year plan, my darling, and this looks very good.
Thank you.
This is good.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome so much. What questions do you have? Any?
None that I would ask in front of an audience, but
You can ask me later. You can ask me later.
You're so
You can ask.
talented, and it's so
Thank you.
I love the layering of the tarot card reading. I love that. You know, everything interconnects. It's just
Thank you.
put a lot of things into crystallization for me. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, if you want to know anything more, just let me know. I'll make sure I'll remember. I'll remember. That's good. That's hilarious. I love it. I love it. Let's see. Do you have any quick question? Anything maybe that you would like to know, maybe like a yes or no answer to, or?
Not that I can ask online.
Okay.
There are a few, but
Gotcha. Gotcha. Well, let's see.
I would ask, am I going to win my trial? Can I ask that? I have
Of course.
I have a big trial coming up in November, as well as being an arbitrator, but I've been working on this case for 5 years, and I want to know if I'm going to win.
Okay, I may have to ask you a couple of things to identify the cards, but you don't have to tell me what the case is. And I know you wouldn't anyway, but I just want you to know. Okay, so let's see. All right, spirits, guides, angels, give us the indication of where Nan will be in November. Is this it? I mean, is this going to be like there's no more continuances or anything, or could there be?
This is it.
This is it.
A very big criminal trial, yes.
Oh, okay, okay. Can I ask what side your client is on?
He's a defendant. He's a criminal defendant.
Okay.
We waived speedy trial. It's been going on forever.
Okay, so much for speed. That is him. It looks like, yes, it's going to be a small win, but I'm not so sure if there's going to have to be a compromise with it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Because of this 8 of clubs, because there is, oh, I want to say this. Maybe I can say it. It looks as though that there's something that's being held or withheld from you that is going to come out almost at the last minute. Does that make sense to you?
Yes. Things have been withheld from me.
Okay.
Until the very last minute. Yes.
Okay. Because it's funny, here's that 5 of diamonds for you again. I believe there is a win there, but I'm going to say it's climbing the mountain of going over the mountain, finding the way around the mountain, going over it, going under it, going through it. You're working for the win. Let me say that. You're working for the win. And your client is flanked by the 2 8s. Is your trial the 16th or the 8th? Wait, let me look at the client.
Hold on, let me look at my calendar.
Let me look at the calendar here and see what days those are on. 16th is a Sunday, so we know it's not that. 8th is a Saturday.
It's the 17th.
Oh, the 16th. Okay.
The 17th.
The 17th, but the 16th, you will definitely be in prep mode.
Yes.
Okay, let me look a little deeper. Well, on the bottom of the deck, fulfillment, success, contentment. So I do believe that your client will be content, but I need a couple more cards because we're vested now. We just need to know. All right. Are there 2 females involved? Not
yes.
you. Okay, okay. Okay, you see how we're getting pairs here? So that is telling me that things are being confirmed on a spiritual level. Is there money involved?
Yes.
Because there looks like, okay, there is, I'm going to say maybe dribs and drabs, but then eventually a large lump sum of money.
Yes.
But there looks like something more is going to come from this after a win. Will you be handling that as well? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Because this 6 of diamonds is a huge, if you need a paralegal, I will be available.
You can come work for me anytime.
Oh boy, I used to be a paralegal for the Navy JAG office in Charleston, South Carolina.
Oh, very
I
nice.
wanted to go to law school and was going to start it, but I was married to a lieutenant commander and we moved too much and I just couldn't get into it. You know, it's a dedication, and I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. There is a ton of paperwork. Okay, let me look into this a little bit more. There is a letter. Let me get these cards here. They just fell over me. There's a letter that you're going to be getting last minute. It's going to be, oh, look at the sixes, my darling. Okay. It is going to be a letter in which it is wanting your client to make a sacrifice, wanting to be sacrificial. Last minute, it's coming from the dark side, the prosecution. I'm allowed to say that, aren't I? The
Yes,
dark side.
they are
The dark side.
the dark side.
Okay. And it's something that has been totally hidden. Am I allowed to say that your client has sort of kind of been a target?
Yes.
Okay. And for any of you watching, and I'm just going to say this. If Miss Nan were someone from law enforcement sitting here, this is exactly how it would go down. Because law enforcement or alphabet soup would say to me, this is what I have, tell me. And then I would ask questions and go from there. So you all are you're getting the law vibe. Because they continue. Oh, okay. Give me a second. I just heard something. This has been going on since spring, last spring before, a while. It's been going on. What
5
happened?
years.
Okay, you did tell me that. What happened in the spring that was significant? There was something, if you know it, that's all you don't have to say. It's almost as though, okay, there's your win. It's almost as though every time you make a milestone, they step in with something more that you have to overcome. So I want to say that your client has been targeted to a certain degree with something because they have, before I say, and you can see I get more from the playing cards than I do the tarot. I learned the playing cards first. Here is the legal card. Now, I'm going to say this. The prosecution dark side has been playing emotional games. Have they been doing that with the little one-liners? Oh, well, when your client isn't, okay. That's how you know they don't have anything. This is and will turn out to be very successful. And it's going to branch off into 2 more things. I don't know if you know what those are yet.
I do.
Okay. Does your client have a son?
Yes.
Okay. And this is hurting his son horribly, frightening, and it's geared to do that.
Oh my God, I have goosebumps.
Oh, bless your heart. All right. Yeah, I hear seeing Pete. Is Hank the prosecution? is Hank the prosecutor? Oh,
Someone similar.
Oh boy. Okay. more fulfillment on your end. And believe me, I believe that your client is going, no, buddy.
Aww.
This is PD, Paranormal PD.
Hi, Petey.
I don't. Okay, buddy. That's nice. I believe that when your defendant is able, when your client is able to get out of this, he needs to be happy and take the win.
I understand.
Because he has been dragged through the mud so much that it's almost like he wants to say, okay, now, Nan, you do this and you tell him this and because we all know that that's anxiety and everything else that's coming. There is a partnership here with your client. Is one of the other women a wife or an ex-wife?
Ex-wife.
Okay. Okay. No, buddy, stop. Is the prosecutor young?
Yes.
Okay, that's him. Immature, young, probably took the position, pardon me, to say goodbye, everybody.
Bye, Petey.
This is Petey Pinknose, Paranormal Petey. Hello, buddy. Okay, thank you. Okay. It's like he took the position, I want to say, right out of law school. It seems that way. Maybe he didn't, but right out of law school. So he's got to prove something.
Yes.
And that's where this is going. He's looking for something more for this to come from. Does that make sense? No, let me rephrase that. He wants a win, so there's something more that comes from this. I want to say, is he promised something? Maybe.
I believe so.
Okay, that's what it is. Oh, and there's another one, but that's a female.
There's a co-prosecutor who's female.
Okay. I think she's trying to keep this one under control a little bit. Okay. And that is the DA himself. That's their loss. If things continue on the way they are right now, if there aren't any big, whoopee changes, that will be their loss.
All right.
They are looking for imprisonment. Are they looking for some type of prison? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, it's their loss. It's their loss. And this has become, for you, almost a brand new education in itself, in some way. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my gosh, trying to deal with so many personalities and so much going on. So, okay.
It has been.
There you go.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome so much.
This is great.
You're welcome so much. I will be glad to be. No, I'm just saying. Anytime you want to know about a case, let me know.
I definitely will. We're going to become fast friends.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Maybe one of these times when I come up, let me ask you, do you ever make it to Tennessee?
Yes, I'm going to be there next month.
Because I am manifesting. I'm from I moved to where I am from Tennessee. My son was going to go to the University of Georgia, and then that thing hit back in 2020 where everything shut down and everything closed. And so we kind of changed our minds, and we were living in an Airbnb. I was going to buy a house, and I love the landlord so much and his wife that we made a deal with them just to go ahead and stay. But now it's time. I'm being called. And I have certain criteria that I want for home purchasing, so on and so forth. I'm getting there, and I might be able to make an announcement in the next couple of weeks. I don't know. If I do, and we land there, it will be maybe right around the Knoxville, Tennessee area. And you have an open door to come and visit anytime.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome so much, because there are a couple of museums there in Sevier County that are haunted, like the Titanic, Ripley's Believe It or Not, some of those. So yeah.
I'd love to see that.
Good, good.
And if you do any type of ghost hunting with microdots, let me know. I might join you.
Oh, good. I will definitely do that. I will definitely do that. Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. We have a new update. Donations, $1,135. Mike is $195. Okay, my darlings, we're staying until we can get 17,000. Let's go. Hold on. Now,
17,000. Well, I may have to run, Lady Zelda, just because I have
you
to
go right
start
on, honey.
making dinner for my kids.
Oh, no, you go right on. Let me see this. I had some donations that came in here. I'm presuming that these donations belong to Mike. I'm presuming that. So we have another 50,000, 50, 70, 50, 70. We've made our 1,700.
Oh, that's great. He deserves every penny, and your
He
hard work
does.
really pays off.
He does. And I will not have this, because when you pay through YouTube, you get
things
on the
at
21st of every month for the previous month. So just so everyone knows that. So there we go. But we've got new members. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But if you have to go, and I'm sorry if I've kept you.
I've enjoyed every minute of it.
Good.
In fact, I didn't realize that I've been with you for like 3 hours.
You
But
have.
what I will tell you though is I want to come back. I had so much fun, and
Oh, please.
I'm really a new fan of your channel, and
Aw.
I am a subscriber. I hope everyone likes and subscribes, and I'm
Thank you.
looking forward to talking with you very soon.
Thank you. I love that. Thank you so much. I am so glad that we're making fast friends. This is fantastic. I have watched every time you're on wherever. I'm watching, because I love your idea of this is the way it is. No fluff. This is the law. If a judge wants to mess around with it, it doesn't make it, it's still the law. So there has to be a remedy. I love it. Yes, please come back anytime. You are welcome. Just anytime you ever see me live, just jump in. I'm live Monday night, Thursday night, and Saturday nights.
Oh,
so
perfect.
Just come on over whenever you want. Come back, please. We would love to have you. Open door policy. Love it.
And I hope you have a wonderful Sunday evening and a great next week. And to everyone in the chat, thanks for listening to my very revealing reading that Lady Zelda did. And I hope you have a great week as well.
Thank you so much, my darling. And if you need to know anything more, let me know in X. I'm here.
All right, guys.
Gotcha. Thank you. Bye. Thanks for coming.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye-bye. Was that not a treat? Was she just not a total treat being here? You see what camaraderie all of this has brought for. Oh, wait, hello. We've got someone else here waiting. Here we are. Hi,
how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. I was listening to Nan's reading and I wanted to jump in, but I wanted to finish hearing it. So I said, let me let me wait. And it was great. Great job.
Good. I'm so happy that. So how was your stream?
Good. Oh my goodness. It was this person who this doctor, I should say, not person, who has written books on precognitive dreams.
Oh,
So, it was super interesting. I have had some what I call special dreams. And like this, I just found it fascinating that
that's wonderful.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's wonderful. It sounds like
yeah.
a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was really good.
Oh, that's great.
Yep. So we had a
There-
good talk.
I think that's wonderful. I think that's great. It has been amazing. If you want, I would love to read your cards.
Oh, I'd love
Want me
that.
to? Okay.
Yes.
But I have to take a very quick break.
Yes,
because I have to
course.
stir the crock pot.
Yeah.
So do you want to look at, you can answer questions in the chat. I don't want to
Sure.
leave you.
No, it's fine. If
But
you
I
need
got-
to just take me off screen and do your
No,
little pause, you can come back,
No,
or I
no,
can.
no, I want you right here. Everybody
All right.
is.
Do you want me to tell your audience about my special dream? I can go on.
Yes.
about-
Yes,
Okay.
please. And I'll be listening. I'm going to be
Okay.
listening and I'll be right back.
Because, like I asked that doctor that same question, and I think because it kind of goes into like a paranormal type situation, I think he wasn't able to fully answer, or maybe it was the way I phrased it. But yes, I'd love to tell your audience about my my special dream.
I'm going to be listening. So,
Okay.
my darling chat, we'll be right back. And then
Yeah.
we're going to take another little. So, everyone, thank you and continue to donate. This is fantastic.
Yes.
I'm so thrilled. And if you're coming in just now, please do me a favor. Give me the bump, the Adelson bump, and give me a subscribe. Be a subscriber, because you
Yes.
don't want to miss any. This is good.
And it doesn't cost any money to subscribe.
Oh, it's free to subscribe.
Exactly. And it
I'll be
helps
right
get the
back.
word out. So yes, enjoy
right.
your break. I'll take over.
Thank you, my darling. Thank you.
No problem.
I'll be right back, everyone.
Yes. So telling you, I was talking earlier about my special dream. So basically, my mom was in the hospital. She was at the end of life. She was on and intubated. And unfortunately, once you're intubated, you're not allowed, you can't talk, you're just being kept sedated. So there was a lot of things I wanted to tell her that I didn't get to say, and also didn't really know if she could hear me. So there was a missing conversation that I felt like, because she was under sedation, that I wish I had with her. So anyways, long story short, she passes away, and on a Friday night, I make the arrangements for a Tuesday. I was in charge of doing all the arrangements, and I kept questioning myself, like, am I doing this the way she would have wanted? We talked about where she wanted her services, but really didn't talk about the details. And I felt that immense responsibility to, try to do it the way she would like it. And I kept questioning myself. So anyways, the morning of her services, I have this dream just before it was time to get up. And she had come to me in my dream. And as soon as I saw her, I said, Mom, I don't know if I'm doing things the way you would have wanted me to do them. And she looks at me and she says, everything's fine. And she says, did I die? So that question, it was almost like how I had left her and didn't get to explain what was happening. And now she's asking me, are you doing this because I died? And that was my special dream. Isn't that crazy? I'm sure you guys have had, but I also think typically I don't remember my dreams. So the fact that I remembered, the fact that that question that I had kind of hanging over my head, that she was able, just before getting up, I woke up with tears running down my face because she basically let me know it was okay. Now, could you say that was just my own subconscious trying to resolve this issue that I was having? Or could it be that she was sending me a message? Because I've had other dreams that are just, hey, something's happening in your life, or, but never a whole conversation with the person that's on the other side. So I thought that was pretty interesting. So, yep. So that's where we're at. Any questions? Have you guys had dreams like this, or am I just the only one? You were very stressed and overwhelmed, mixed emotions when you fall asleep. Yep, that's true. I've had dreams of loved ones just showing up and they didn't know they died. And oh, wow, that's amazing. Yep. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you believe she contacted me. Yep. Yep, I do believe that too. So how are we liking the stream today? Are we ready to set Mike free? We have turtles to save, Mike's to free, and here we are.
I know. Can we please not have anybody get in any more things like this, please?
Right. I know when Nan was on earlier, and when we were talking just before we had to leave, and she was saying how she's getting her license here in Massachusetts. I thought, well, we need you around, Nan, because they're trying to get us.
Everybody's moving out, and she's moving in.
Exactly.
So that actually is a good thing. That's a good thing. Oh my gosh.
So
well,
did you hear my dream? What do you think? What are your thoughts?
I do. I think that this is something that has been with you for a thought process that has come out. It's been with you for a long time, maybe years. And it came out at a time when it was the best way expressed because of a particular situation that you were in, maybe sorta, at that time when you had that. So when did you have it?
So she passed away on a Friday, and her services were on a Tuesday, and it was literally just before my alarm went off. And I woke up, I wrote it all down because I didn't want to forget any detail, which is actually one of the things that that doctor was talking about when we were talking about the precognitive dreams, to write down your dreams. And that will potentially cause you, because you can kind of see how things connect. So sometimes you may have a dream about something and then you write it down, and then other dreams might link, and you don't know unless you write it down. So to journal your dreams. Yeah. So.
Well, I'll tell you what, bless you. Having dreams like this, it was very hard when my mother passed. And I mean, it was difficult. There were family things that were also going on, and many, many, many things. And those are all dynamics that just layer,
Right. Mm-hmm.
So sometimes we can't explain it.
Right.
When my husband passed away, when my son was small, he came to my son in a dream.
Oh.
And was sitting and playing down with trains. And I mean, but my son was only 3.5, 4, and described what my husband was wearing when he went into the hospital. It was a fluke. It was something, and it was some type of something that had incubated, they said, in him, in the liver. Uh-huh. And then when it came out with a vengeance and took him within 24 hours.
Wow.
And it was really something. And, he came to my son, and it was very comforting. It was very comforting to him. And I think sometimes, depending upon things, I mean, it can be a comfort, I think, in many ways.
Yes.
In many ways. So yeah, I think that's the whole thing. I think it's sometimes we just need that comfort part, I think
Right.
that's what it is. I think that's what it is. I got to tell you something. I don't know if you saw Mike's off topic, and I'm sorry, I don't want to lessen more, because your dream is really important, and I'm going to go back and watch your stream because I want to watch all that. But there were a lot of 3s that came out. Anybody here, put a 1 in the chat if you saw my reading for Mike that I did, that I had all the number 3s on the dice. Put a 1 in the chat. 3s are very prevalent right now. And I'm going to tell you the number 3 is amazing because it has been, as of today, 333 years since the Salem witch trials.
Wow.
So there's a lot of that 3 energy that is happening in around Massachusetts and in around some of that. And someone wrote that to me in comment earlier today, and I forgot to mention. I wanted to mention that earlier when Mike was in the stream, but I just thought, wow, I mean, that's something. That is,
and he
something.
lives very, very close to. That's actually where the courthouse that he's going to for Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Really?
It's in Salem, Massachusetts, like the same Salem you're talking about. Am I giving you breaking news?
No, I wish I could get up there and visit, and I just can't. It's too far for me, and I won't fly. But I wish I could go just in support. Look at this, possibly 40 more that is unmarked. 1,235 and 40 more that is unmarked.
That is amazing. That is great.
Isn't that, that's wonderful. Oh, I know. I'm so happy. So let's read some cards for you before we've been going now it's almost 6 o'clock. Let's read some cards for you before we say goodbye, because I will have to say goodbye. I got to go to work yet today. So, but it's okay. It's what it's all about. Let me put this back on. So do you have a question that you want to ask, my darling?
What type of questions can you ask? Just like open-ended?
You can do open-ended, anything but medical, because I think, anything but the medical, but you can do open-ended. You can ask about a case. You can ask about anything you want to ask about.
Okay. So will my real job situation, working from home, remain this way for a long time until I retire?
Let's see.
I'm just curious.
Let's see. Okay. Let me get the other energy off. I think sometimes the playing card deck tells more than the tarot.
Mm-hmm.
It's always been my experience. Not always, but it's been my experience in many things. And since Micah's not here, and maybe some of those people that have been looking over him may not be watching anymore, Kelsey knows a lot. There is a setup there. Okay. Did you happen to start your job in the autumn or fall time of the year?
Yes.
Okay. Well, the answer is yes, you will remain.
Okay.
But because you see this middle heart is upside down, that means ask more. For me, that's my little indicator to ask more. I love this. I love this for you. Look at that. The 5 of diamonds comes out for both you and Nan.
Is it a Capricorn thing?
It could be, because you both are Capricorns.
Yes.
I think, okay, so let's expand. So the answer is yes. And there's going to be expansion for you. There's going to be, I don't know if you know what that is, or could be.
Yep.
But there's more coming.
Okay.
So yes. Right now, there may be some little games within the workplace that are being played. Are you aware of that? Maybe.
No.
You probably, it probably doesn't affect you, but this summer was very good for you. This that we are in right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's very good for you. It is a very good, fulfilling time that is setting you up for something much better.
Oh, okay.
Another
All
door
right. That
open.
makes a lot of sense.
Yes, another door open. There's some accolades coming for you. I love that. You took a risk. I want to know, did you separate from a previous job to take a risk to do what you're doing right now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. That's what it is. And the risk is going to pay off. Is your boss a gentleman? Do you work for owner?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. CEO. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
He's making changes. That's why he comes out. It will trickle down and affect you, but in a positive way.
Gotcha.
2 people will be leaving. So that opens door for you. And it's not hurt the business. Did you find something out? Now, we don't need to know, keep private. We don't. Did you find something out that is beneficial for the company? Did you find something that?
Potentially, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. That's going to be very good. This winter, you will be asked to put that to rest. I don't know what that means. You might.
Okay.
But you will be asked to say, okay, that's it. All right. Now we move on. So yeah, I think that's what it's going to be. I think that's what it's going to be. So yes, very good. This card I love for you because first of all, it's a little card that says everything is going to work out all right. Please just curb your imagination a little bit. We all go through that. And you know what you're worth. That's the wonderful part of this whole equation. You know exactly what you are worth.
Oh, love it.
Let's ask for more money coming your way. It actually looks like there is this a partnership with husband and wife?
No.
Some type of something. Okay, well, I'll think about that. We'll think about that.
Okay.
I don't know why there is a marriage, partnership, engagement. It could be, I don't know. It could be that you are very engaged with this company.
Okay.
Like dedicated, engaged with the company. Okay. Okay. Very good, my darling. Money coming. I think it shows that there is the concern of, oh my gosh, I love what I'm doing so much. I don't want to leave it. I love my hours. I love the fact that I can maybe go and work wherever. But at the same time, are you a little bored? Maybe?
Potentially.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Possibly. Mm-hmm. All right. It shows that you will be experiencing some type of separation before there is the commitment to have you there longer. So I don't know how that's going to work. Maybe you'll know how that works, but it's going to be, okay, we're going to draw the line here, and then you're going to jump over here on this side. I think is going to be kind of how that's going to work.
Okay. All right.
Yes,
That
it
makes
looks
sense.
very good. Do you want to ask about a case?
Ooh, how about Karen's civil case? Will she succeed?
I wish she'd just file the bloody thing already, don't you? I mean, I can't wait. I want her
Well,
to.
I'm thinking the wrongful death, her civil one that she has coming up. But you're thinking about her 1983.
1983. Oh,
Yes.
yeah. Come on, Karen. Come on, Karen. All right. So her civil case with the O'Keefe family. Okay. Let me knock that energy out of there. I think the state just needs to get their checkbook out.
But did you hear that they're not releasing her cell phones because they're trying to look into getting her for witness intimidation, which the grand jury already had come back last year with a no true bill. That insane.
We
They're not
discussed
releasing her phones.
We discussed it with Nan.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked her, I said, I think that the prosecution is doing this petty thing of trying to find
Something.
the right jury to indict her. And Nan said, yes, but it's malicious prosecution.
Exactly.
So there
They
we
need
are.
to just let it go. They just need to let it go.
Absolutely. All right, so we're asking about Karen. Oh, and this card flew out. That is Paul. No, Karen doesn't have to be. Mitchell, my darling, if everybody that I've read on has been present, I would have the McAlberts here for dinner because I have read for these people. They would be moving in with me. I have read for these on behalf of these people and Higgy Baby for the last 18 months. So there we are. Okay, here we are, my darlings. Okay. It's going to take 3 twists and turns. She will ultimately come out. There will be no money go to them.
Good.
She will win. There will be no money go to them. She will win. But they are hiding things from her. You know, why is it that these people always want to wait to get these getcha moments, right? They're so slimy that they have to just hold things back and say, oh, well, I got you. I got you. Right?
Yep.
This card explains a lot of things. This is a card of isolation. And it explains why Karen has not been so front and center, because she understands the game that they play now. She can't get out there and say, yeah, but she can't give the interviews because they've backfired on her. She knows the courts are not going to be in a good place to say, oh, well, we'll protect your conversations. I wonder if she had a conversation with a priest, if they would force, or a pastor, if they would force the conversation. The judicial, you know what I'm saying?
Right, right.
But that says it all right there. She will remain in isolation from now until maybe next summer.
Wow.
Because she's got a lot going on. And it also, so do we have a date for any type of, we don't. It's just,
I think there's something happening at the end of October, I believe.
is it depositions or something? I don't even remember.
Trying to think. Yeah, I think it was the end of October. There's another hearing.
It looks like that might be delayed or there's going to be a potential of something come out. So Karen will be okay. She's going to remain silent until at least next summer. We're going to see her here and there. She's not going to be a hermit. And, but it's not going to be like when she was going to court and she was, remember, we got a lot of communication from Karen.
Right.
So she's going to remain silent. This 9 of Diamonds is very interesting to me because this is all about her taking this time. And it usually would be considered a holiday, and it's not. But it looks like a reprieve, like,
Gotcha.
Okay, you got to rest. You've got a rest thing. But there's something new coming. That's her. The Queen of Hearts. There is something new that looks like it's going to be filed or coming. Oh, gosh. I wonder if there's going to be more come out of this cell phone because they're trying to expand this. I know they're doing is trying to break her financially because at some point you just break.
Right.
And look how much money she has spent so far. But there's something more coming. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm not even so sure it's this Cosgrove thing.
Wow.
It looks like might be something more. I don't see. Okay. You probably know more about this than I have. I do. I can talk. Third party interference. Third party, that's not intimidation, is it? What would that relate to? A third party interference.
Well, don't forget they're also going after C.F. McCarthy's and the Waterfall. They're the other 2 named defendants in her wrongful death civil case. So it's in the best interests of those bars to help get her acquitted because they won't be liable either because they're trying to basically say they're the ones that served her. But do you think those could be the third parties?
I don't think so because it's an interference.
Oh, okay.
The 3 of Hearts, let's look where the 3 of Hearts is. The 3 of Hearts would be the joining together of all 3 parties.
Okay.
The 3 of Spades is not a good card. It's an interference from a third party.
The feds. Is it the FBI truck coming?
From your lips to God's ear. Look, there's the yes card. Okay, so let me see. There's the 3. New beginning. Security is going to be needed. This card, if I were reading for someone normally that didn't have this type of thing, I would say, whoa, third party interference. Are you married? Is your husband having an affair? Is somebody giving you bad advice? Is your mother-in-law interfering in your marriage? That's the kind of thing that it is. And I'm wondering if they're trying to bring something from somewhere else in, because believe me, the writing is on the wall about this O'Keefe, the civil case. The writing is on the wall. They're not going to get anything from her. But I'm wondering what they're trying, because at this point they can't, what are they going to set her up with? All they have are her phones and there's nothing.
Right.
But I would not put anything past them because they are scoundrels, right? That's the whole thing.
Yes.
Oh yeah, see, that's a bad card too. But I don't. All right, let me see who it's bad for. That's the O'Keefes. That's not the son, that's the daughter of the O'Keefe. Or Kelsey, is that her name? The niece, John O'Keefe's niece.
I don't think it's oh my gosh, I'm drawing a blank.
I am blank.
I think it oh, it's right on the tip of my tongue. Does anybody remember? It does begin with a K. It sounds like Kelsey.
Kaylee.
Yes,
Kaylee,
yes.
thank you, Mercury.
Thank
Star
you.
Kaylee.
Thank you.
This is Kaylee. I wonder if Kaylee is going to throw a wrench in the gear.
Ooh.
What happens if she decides that, because she's getting older.
She
right?
is. Yeah, I think she's 17, if I remember.
Yeah, she's getting older. So I don't think that the kids like this stuff. And that's what it shows here. So I'm wondering if that third party interference can be coming from Kaylee. There, even though she's not a third party, she's involved, but her brother is not involved. Her brother was not named in this lawsuit, was he?
No, because technically he wasn't at the house when Karen arrived. He was at a sleepover. So they're trying to say the thing is that they brought her into this because she's the one that Karen was kind of freaking out and telling her, and then she's the one that gave her Jen McCabe's number.
This is Jennifer McCabe. I know what it is. There's medical in here.
Yes. Yes, yep. Mm-hmm.
I do not believe that they will get the third party interfering in this will be a doctor or therapist that says, no, we did not talk about anything. There is no stress there to that point.
Oh.
I'm wondering if that has already happened because it looks like a mad scramble because Jen shows up here in wanting to be in a collaboration and in a partnership. So it looks like she's wanting to plant her little seeds and get in there, dictate. I'm wondering, let's keep an eye open, folks. Yeah, because there's some hidden things there. Okay. I think that they are hiding the fact that Kaylee did not have the mental stress that would warrant this. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because that's a part of their case. They have to prove that they had duress, correct?
Right.
Yeah. There's pressure on Kaylee. That's what this is. There's pressure on her.
So sad.
There is money needed, and there is fear from Kaylee. Now think about this. What if the cheap seats over here? What if they lose because Kaylee didn't tell her therapist enough? Because they will see if she goes back, because they're asking for medical records. So they'll see if she goes back and tries to amend the story and make it worse. And right now, I'm sorry, sort of kind of doesn't count.
Mm-hmm.
It does. But the time that really counted was the time during that whole
event. Yeah.
Event. Wow.
That's interesting because now that they they're a party in the lawsuit, their medical information, let's just say whatever, I mean, these kids lost a mother and father very young. John took over and was the guardian, and you figure I'm sure they weren't, I'm going to just imagine that in that situation you would put a kid in therapy, in anything, and that's all going to be now part of this lawsuit because she is,
Yes.
yeah.
That's going to be an integral part of this lawsuit. When you think, because how are you going to prove that you were under duress? And I think that there's pressure on her now, and she's getting older, and she's saying, this just doesn't really, this doesn't, I want this to be done and over. Because look, she's been through this all of her high school years.
Yes, she's been on the stand twice. Twice within a year for both trials, and now she possibly will have to testify unless this case gets resolved. If it goes all the way to trial, she would have to testify again. That's a
And
lot for somebody who's that young.
It is, and unfortunately, they can take it easy on her, but they can't take it easy on her.
Right.
Because that's just the way it is.
Right.
She's a party in a lawsuit, and unfortunately. So yeah, if she claims, I think the pressure is on Kaylee. That's where that is the foundation, is Kaylee. And then everybody else. And I think the other thing is too, I think I'm going to go on a limb and say this. I believe that there's some resentment from Kaylee to Paul. And the reason being, well, and Peggy too, but Paul especially, for pushing this and going forward and presuming and assuming that Kaylee would be so involved and do this, because I think she's going to think to herself, well, good, if we get money, because $50,000 is what they needed in order to be able to sue in that stature.
Exactly. Yep.
So their attorney is eventually going to probably ask for 2 or 3 or 8 million, or you know how that is. So Kaylee's probably thinking, if I do this, how much am I going to get? If I'm 17 years old, you can't tell me she doesn't have friends that are looking at her and going, Kaylee, how much is this worth to you?
Right.
Is your uncle, what happened to the GoFundMe or the Go Send Fund?
The Give, Send, Go. Yes.
Go send, whatever.
Right.
Think about that. Kaylee, all right, let's ask about Kaylee. Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm in no rush.
Okay. You've heard it here, my darlings. You've heard it here. I've been wanting to do this for a while, and it's touchy because she's underage.
Right.
But it's about her, and it's not about her.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
They're depending upon her. Okay, that's her. This is a card that basically says she knows how much she's worth. Do not be surprised if we hear the grumblings of her saying, okay, Uncle Paul, okay, Grandma Peg, if I go through with this, how much am I getting? Because think of the money that they have gotten so far, and where has it gone? The money that Paul got, what happened? What did he do? Build a garage or something with it?
In addition, yeah, that's what we've heard.
In addition, the fours are very important. This four is nothing but difficulty getting her point across, having issues, frustration. But this four, getting in bed with the devil.
Wow.
And thinking, if something does, lack of trust, feeling that you got swindled. So it would not be surprised. It would not surprise me. Let me say it that way. It would not surprise me, because she's probably looking at them and saying, you mean I have to go through this again? Because in depositions, it's different.
It is.
Court. I've been in depositions before with clients, and I've had depositions for other things, real estate things. And man, oh man, it is it's a different world. Your attorney really can't chime in.
No.
And she's probably allegedly, supposedly, possibly saying, what are you getting me into? I don't want to sit here and talk about this. Right. I'm getting older now. I think that's really where she's going to come from. Because think about this, because by the time they really get into this, it will be next year, and she will be coming close to 18 years old.
Yep.
And I think Paul, in my opinion, based on the cards that I've seen, is just going to assume that he's going to get the money because he's the one on the forefront of the lawsuit. Think about that. It's Paul O'Keefe and then listing all the rest. So he's the one taking the initiative. And even though Peg and Father and Kaylee are there, it's all about the money. They think they're sitting in high cotton because of Karen. They've seen how much Karen can raise. Yeah, that's Peg. They've seen how much Karen can raise. You see these negative cards?
Yes.
These are not good. These are all cards of frustration, upset, not being able to get your point across, looking at things in a different light or trying to. Yeah, I think this is going to come down to Kaylee.
Wow.
I think she's going to upset the apple cart too a bit. I mean, think about it. She's not going to refuse to say anything, but she's going to refuse to fudge, like go in and pretend to update her medical because they know that. The negative cards are the the dark cards are always, these are the two worst cards in the bunch. And then this one on top of it. Think about it. She's lost her parents, and she's also thinking about her little brother. What's her little brother going to get, even though he's not on the lawsuit? Is Paul going to carve some out for he deserves? You know what I'm saying? He's part of this. He deserves it. Wow. If this continues on the pathway that it is right now, this is Kaylee having a hard time. And because Kaylee and Maddie just said, Kaylee and Karen did so much together. Kaylee liked, but they're trying to brainwash. And sometimes people, how ugly and mean they can be, brainwashing, trying to manipulate for a kid.
And I think too, kids, you can be having conversations in the house that they're already, the kids are already listening. They're always listening. They're like little sponges. You don't have to be directly speaking to them. They could be somewhere in the house and you're talking about this because I'm sure this is their topic of conversation. And these kids are just hearing that constantly for years now.
Oh, I know.
That's so sad.
Think about it. I mean, and it's nothing but I've got it without the cards and just my own personal opinion. After going through the 2 lawsuits and seeing these police officers, how they testify, and now you're seeing Kelly Deaver, Miss Garage walking out yesterday from Boston PD, and the resignations, and seeing how these people are moved around. How could the mother be so convinced that Karen had anything to do with John?
They themselves are brainwashed by the MSP in Norfolk County DA's office, in my opinion.
I do too.
So the brainwashing it's like the dominoes,
I do too. What's my Cash App, please? Okay. Don't forget, if you send any money, put on there for Mike, so I don't hose up the accounting. Oh, give me a second, my darlings. Give me a second. Allison, thank you, my darling. You're so sweet. Thank you. Thank you. I have the best chat, but most of my people are your people. So I think we both have very, very good chats. Okay, so Cash App. My mods are probably about tired as can be. Let me see if I can find my Cash App. Let me see. I'm going to put it up here.
On the upper right-hand corner, right?
That's my Venmo.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No, you're quite all right. Let me see. I think I gotta. No, that's Venmo too. Oh, here it is. There you are, my darling. Venmo and Cash App in the banner of this. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's a good question now. John had retirement and life insurance money. I think that went to the O'Keefes, right?
Unless it was put in like a trust. If it's meant for the O'Keefes, you figure they can't access it till they're 18.
Right.
But as, if you're now you're the caretaker, do you have access to any of that money before the kids become 18? But if it was retirement, I don't know.
Captain Jerry just put the thank you. Just put the goodies in the chat. I'm going to say it that way. She just put the goodies in the chat. Thank you so much for each and every one. I want to see what the totals are. I'm excited because we have Mike over 17,000 now. So
that's amazing.
Great
job.
Well, it's everyone here.
Yes.
It's everyone here because we care about him. It's everyone here. Wonderful how this worked out today, isn't it?
It is.
I just am thrilled to be able to do this. Do you have any questions about anything else? You want to know anything else?
I feel nothing specific, but give it to me if you want.
Okay. Let me see. I'm wondering let's ask about Kelsey.
Okay.
Should we let's ask about Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Yes.
Here we are. Kelsey Fitzsimmons. But I'm going to say it this way. If this happened with my son, I wouldn't let any of these people. I would be beating down the door of the FBI and saying,
yes,
my son's unaliver has not been brought to justice. If it's not Karen, who is it?
Exactly. And even if you see all the stuff that was pre-trial, all the evidence and all the things that they weren't allowed to bring into the actual trial, how do they not think? It's like how do you not see it? Yeah, how do you not see it? We can see it, and we're not in it. Just watching the trial, the first trial. everything that they laid out.
You know, I came in, I didn't even see the beginning of the first trial. I came in halfway. I think I came in right after Lolly was talking about the, I'm sorry, I thought I saw somebody walk in front of my window. I came in right after Lolly was asking about the tabletops and where did you sit? And where did you sit? I caught the tail end of that. And it's like, oh my gosh, what the heck?
And Lady Z, I have been to that waterfall. There, it is where they were standing and where there's only 2 tables. The place is so tiny that there's no way they didn't hear what was happening. You know what I mean? Like, because when you see the video of Karen and that whole situation over on the left, you can see that she kind of looks over and back because that place is so small.
What about the band member? Do you remember in the video?
He was walking by, yeah.
He walked by and he turned around and looked. Can't tell me he don't know nothing. And you can't tell me that he hasn't been questioned by our buddies.
Right. The ice cream truck people.
The ice cream truck coming in. All right, we're asking about Darlene Kelsey. Remember, everybody, purple for Kelsey. Purple, purple. Lolly. There was a rumor that he was resigning, but I don't think he's going anywhere.
Wow.
I don't see it. All right, we're asking about Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Anything that you can give to us? This all wraps around, I guess it's her former fiance now, isn't it?
Yes.
All wraps around him. I wonder if he had a child with another person that is unclaimed, or that he's not there. There is something there that they are trying. Kelsey is very worried. Of course, don't have to be psychic to know that one. Thinking of betrayal, thinking of her imagination is going wild. It would not surprise me if they put her on unaliving watch right now. Let me ask for the bridge. Where's the bridge? Where can we meet? What is the bridge? That 5 of diamonds always wants to show up today. This is going to get so much bigger than what anybody is even going to think. But just because the ex-fiance had a child out of wedlocks with someone else doesn't mean that there's something this serious. What it means is there's something more that she knows, and I'm going to say has witnessed. There's something, because this whole thing, so the judge, the prosecution is spinning this in a different direction. And they're doing everything that they can, another Karen situation, to keep Kelsey Whoa, that's important. Fell to the floor. It is the Four of Hearts. She knows something about the past that affects this present to the point where it's extremely hurtful for some parties involved.
Wow.
So there's a problem. What is the solution? So we know the solution, or we know the problem. What is the solution? Where is the bridge? She's filled with fear. They're looking at Kelsey as the sacrificial lamb. Okay, where's Tim Bradle in this?
I met him Friday night.
Did you? I bet he is just
He
fat.
is such a sweet. Oh my God, he is. Oh, what a sweetheart. He had some very kind words to say to me, and
there he is. Yeah. There he is. He seems like, is he tall?
He is.
He looks tall.
I'll have to send you, I'll DM you a picture of the two of us.
Oh, I'd love that.
Yes.
I would love that. Okay. Kelsey's going to be okay. She's going to come out of it. This is Tim Bradle. Right now, he's starting to see everything, and now is not the time with these two cards here. Now is not the time to bring any of these things up. Kelsey will be due a lump sum of money when this is done and over with. She will have her baby returned.
Oh, that's great. That's awesome.
Yes. But it's going to take a little while. It's going to take a little while. But he's going to come out loud like a little barracuda. There we go. So yes, you're right, Miss Holmes. It's another, in some way, regard of a Karen Reed situation. She's going to be okay, but she's got a long road to hoe. And it's very sad what they're doing. You know, because, hey, you know what? The law can be the law, but you have to have somebody that enforces it. And if you've got a rogue judge who decides they want to be, you know, play God, play whomever.
Yeah. And did you hear her statement outside of court when she was being so when they gave her a moment, they said, Kelsey, do you have anything to say? And all she said was, the truth will come out.
No, I didn't hear that.
That was her statement outside of court when they let her out on bail before they revoked it. But yes. So she got out Tuesday, had a surgery scheduled for Wednesday, and they would not allow her to not put the ankle monitor on. So she had to cancel her surgery. And then by Friday, she was back in jail because she wasn't able to. They wanted her to breathe into a machine. And again, she got shot 2 times. She spent 53 days in the hospital. And it was very hard for her to do that. And Bradle asked for alternatives. And they said they revoked her bail and sent her back.
I'm going to ask a very tough question. And I thought about this last night when I heard the audio. Why are they trying to take her out? Let's think about this. When she got shot, she wasn't pointing her gun at anyone.
No.
She may have been to herself, but
right.
You don't stop somebody like that, you know, by taking pot shots. And what, twice, maybe?
Right. Yep, it was twice. And then in the affidavits, it's come out that, like, their reaction, what they wrote in the affidavits of what took place, the thing is that if she was pointing at them, they would have said, stop, put your gun down. But that didn't happen, according to what we've been led to, because your reaction would be to, so obviously I think it was intended at herself, and it said that it misfired, so it didn't actually fire. But then they shot her twice.
Well, it boils down to the police chief. They want her gone. She knows something that he's done.
That makes sense. I've heard some rumblings about that angle.
Well, we will definitely keep our eye out.
Yes.
Have you heard of the Micah Miller case?
Actually, I have not.
That's the one where the pastor, I think it's North Carolina,
Okay.
unalived his wife. She was a young girl, adorable, and it's almost like a cult following.
Oh, wow.
And then it went quiet, and he's not been charged yet, or he has. I'm not sure. I've got to follow up with that. Nan gave me another case that she's following up. So, it's kind of funny because remember when the Karen Reed trial, it was like the 19th of June. Everyone got on here and said, what do we do now?
There's plenty.
What are we going to do? What are we going to do? And the reason is because no charges. Thank you so much, my darlings. And the reason because in Karen's, like I told Nan, I have never seen a case like that. Every day, some type of new filing, some hearing, something. Auntie Bev was doing some bull somewhere, somehow. And it was just like, we were conditioned to think that there was going to be something new every day.
Right.
And unfortunately, some of these are taking a little longer, some of these other cases, but yeah, we're definitely going to be watching the sentencing of Donald Adelson.
Oh, yes. That's yes.
I want all to stay tuned because I've got a little something. I've got some, and I'm working on it now. It's going to take me a minute because I'm going down the bunny trail. I've got some numerology about this situation that happened on the 10th involving Charlie Kirk. And it's amazing. It will be what? It'll make you raise an eyebrow. It will make you think, what does this mean? Because there's some ties. Now, I'm not going to get into any politics or anything. That's not what it's about.
Exactly.
It's about doing this to a young man and celebrating what has been done, which is disgusting.
Right.
And then celebrating and calling his wife a witch and all these other things. That is disgusting.
Did you hear her statement?
Did.
Oh my goodness. Sounds like she's going to come back and finish his mission. Like as far as, doing the advocacy that he was doing. I mean, what a strong woman. Unbelievable.
I said on Thursday night, we were talking a little bit on the stream and I said, watch. She's going to come out and be a force to be reckoned with.
Yes.
And you know what? Maybe this is her way to mourn.
Exactly.
People are like, oh, she's not even crying. Oh, to heck with you. Why do you have to cry to mourn?
Right.
They were like the Camelot couple. They were so close.
Right.
Regardless.
And mourning isn't going to happen in front of the cameras. It's going to happen when you go to lay down and that person isn't there with you. That's when the true mourning is. Not when you're, holding your kids, you're being filmed, leaving your house, walking to your car. that's not when mourning is going to happen. It's going to be on her terms.
You know, for me, it happened about 2 or 3 months later. When all the hustle and bustle, you know, everything calmed down, life gets back to some reasonable type of normal.
Right.
And then you feel that void and there's an emptiness. And then you start thinking, oh my God, was that a dream? Did that
Right.
really happen? To me, it's sickening. She was in the audience. Her little girl was in the audience. This happened. Her little girl started to run toward him and they caught her. I mean, please. But there's some stuff. I'll go through it. Maybe I'll be done for, I don't even know what day it is. Sunday. Maybe I'll be done for next Saturday, I think. So stay tuned, my darlings, because you're gonna be sometimes I just like this numerology, and I came up with my own little system. And, you know, in our life, our numbers anyway. Our lives are filled with numbers. But I was very impressed how she stood there and held it together. I don't know if I could have. Hats off to her. I don't know if I could have done that.
And you don't know how strong you're going to be until it's happening to you too. This isn't something you can predict. You know, your reaction to a tragedy like this. And she's still probably in shock.
I'm sure she is. Think about that, because, you know, that whole scene looked like a B movie to begin with. You know, it's really sad. Somebody asked me the other day, yeah, but Zelda, how can you get on your stream? If you feel this bad for him, how can you get on your stream? How can you laugh? It's because life goes on. And I know him enough through my best friend, Molly, who was in here last night, was buddies with them. And she was going to have a spot on Turning Point. And then for family reasons, they moved to Tennessee. And amazingly enough, I told her, you know, as hard as this is, I believe he would think this is a promotion, because this is the ultimate goal anyway. I mean, yeah, the way he went was very sad, very horrific, but he certainly isn't feeling any pain now.
Right.
And this is heartbreaking for his children and his wife. I mean, look for his children when they grow up. I mean, they will be this new generation. But I'm hearing wonderful things that have been happening. People who were not non-believers, atheists, deciding to go to church today, deciding to, you know, so there's good that can come out of things like this. And I'm sure that Erica thinks the same. It's very bad. It's very bad.
It is.
So my darlings, let's take because I am going to have to go.
Yes.
I wish I didn't have to. Let's see, how long have we been at it now?
Oh, 4 hours, 38 minutes.
4 hours and 38 minutes.
Wow.
We've been longer than that sometimes. Okay. Okay, hold on. Please subtract the 10. Okay, Mary, the new total plus 40 unmarked. Again, 2 unmarked donations were donated by person. Okay. Who also sent you a third donation is marked. Okay. So what do we have now? We have, I think it's over 17,000 at this point, isn't it?
Let me go refresh it and see. Let's see. We're at 16,915.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Well, and someone has sent me, just take a look here. I think we are over 17.
Oh, with yours. Yep.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Good. That's amazing. Thank you, everyone who's donated.
That's
Help
right.
spread the word, and we really appreciate it.
Absolutely. And if you get a chance, please hello. Please share this stream or spread it around.
Help us spread the word too. Spread the word, share the stream. There we go.
There we go. Look, Standing Stones. We got it for Mike. There we go.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
You and I are finishing each other's sentences, Lady Zelda.
Yeah, we have to anymore, don't we? We don't we? So, okay. So let me go back here and count. Thank you so much. And give me a second here. I want to thank the new member, Christina, for being here and your generosity. Lottie, bless you, my darling. Thank you so much. Can't even talk. Thank you so much for being here. Sarah, 10 Lady Zelda memberships. Wow, you are something else. Didn't see this. Okay. Sue, she can't let it go. Okay, let it go. Liz and Cosgrove going to have to remove doing LG suing and Aiden being involved. Yes. I'm not a lawyer, but yes, I would believe that he will have to remove himself. It's kind of funny how they just keep shoving themselves in the dirt by trying to play around.
And don't forget, Bettero's working on the mega motion that should be filed before Aiden's next court hearing. That's on the 24th. So he's working on putting everything. I also saw Mark Friday night. They're working on, he's working on a mega motion he's going to put everything together, and we're going to be able to fully understand the story from soup to nuts.
And how much is going to be involving Jennifer McCabe? How much?
They have her phone extraction, so we shall see.
Yeah. Kat Randall, thank you so much. How generous are you? And then we have Aunt Baby. Thank you for doing this for Mike. An animal person is always a good person. I agree. This is for him. Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful Nan, so good to see you again. It was wonderful to see her, wasn't it? And then we have Karen. Awesome one show. Thank you. Lady Zelda, you are so listen, I'm in awe. I have everybody stopping by. I mean, I know that it's for Mike, and I think it's a wonderful cause, but it's amazing. I'm just thrilled. I'm thrilled.
Yeah, it's nice to get to still talk about everything that's going on and all the new stuff that's going on. And just real quick, did you hear about what happened to Walsh in jail the other night?
Yeah, he got shimmied, didn't he?
Yep. But don't worry, it must have not been that bad because he was back the next morning.
Been treated. Whoa. Yeah. Wow. Good grief. Okay. Hi there. It's not much, but 20 from Mr. Mike and Best Jellyman. You know what? It's $20 we didn't have for him before. And thank you so much. NH Dude 603. It's wonderful. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you. Thank you. Did I get this before? Kat Randall, you are a darling. Gifted 5 Lady Zelda memberships. Thank you. Thank you. Standing Stones, your top shelf for Mike. So we are over.
That's amazing, Lady Zelda. That's awesome. I do think it was another inmate. Yes, it happened within the confinements of the jail.
Good grief. Good grief. It's so good to see you. I want to thank you so much. I mean, this has been a full day for you. You stopped by and then you had a stream and then you stopped by again. And
yes, I know. I mean, I'm definitely passionate about everything happening here. I mean, happening everywhere, but right now we just have so much happening here in Massachusetts. There are so many other cases I'm also following, but definitely, I know Mike. I've seen Mike, and he's a great guy, and it's just sad that our First Amendment is being,
challenged,
and it's sad. And if we allow the government to get away with this, they're just gonna, things are not gonna get. I mean, we're going backwards. We need to be moving forward, and we're moving backwards. So I just hope that he can overcome this and move on, because, he has brought so much to the YouTube
He has.
world that
Yes,
we need him. Yeah.
we do. And I think a lot of these judges have taken on such a latitude because they feel that they're untouchable. And to a
Right.
certain degree, they are. You can't sue them. They have a big
Yeah.
latitude that they can, so what do you
Judicial
do?
discretion. Yep.
And if you don't agree, you don't agree. So where do you go after here? This is
You're
horrible.
right, Standing
Yeah,
Stones, term limits, and that's
that's
we need.
exactly right.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, term limits, absolutely.
You need to
I'm all for this.
keep things turning because things are not going to improve if you have everything because this is the way we do it in Massachusetts, you know?
That's exactly right. I'll tell you what I love is the fact that we can come together like this and talk about anything and everything.
Yes.
Today was the first day that I have literally met Ms. Attorney Nan and Mike, and wow,
That's
it
great.
is awesome. It is literally awesome. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Hi there, Ellen. Thank you. Took care of
Thank
Mike on his
you.
show, but every bit thank you so much for
It
your
does.
generosity. Thank you, thank you,
Right.
thank
No
you.
amount is too small. Even if you can't donate, it's okay. Just help spread the word, share it,
Oh,
like and subscribe. The more engagement the channels get, the more you share it on your social media platforms. That's helpful too. Directing people to Lady Zelda is going to help. So
thank you.
definitely anything you can do and no amount of money is too small and never feel like you're not giving enough. You give if you choose to and you do.
That's
But
right.
never feel bad about the amounts because I know sometimes people will write that and it's like, no, no, no. You are watching us. You are help, like and subscribe and you help spread the word. And that's really what it's about.
That's right. And you know what I tell people? Look, if you can't donate, do me a favor and just watch one of the commercials. Just watch one of the commercials.
Right.
And then if you're watching on your um, mobile,
Yeah.
there's a new thing now that is called a hype. Hype the videos. Help people out. Hype their videos. And you gain points by it. I don't know what you can do with the points, but you get points by it. Someone in the chat the other day said that if you have Play Store points, you can put them toward the chat. I don't know a stream. I don't know if that can be done. I don't even know.
Right.
But that's what you can do.
Yes.
Keep showing up keeps the channels going because quite frankly, I think we've had a steady close to 200 people between the two channels, steady the
That's
entire
great.
time. That's awesome.
Yeah, and
And
it's also a Sunday. There's football games. There's other things people can be doing, but they're choosing to stop in and show the support,
that's
in
right.
whichever capacity you can, and that helps. So thank you, everyone.
It sure does. It sure does. Just love you, my darling.
Oh,
I'm so
me
glad.
too. Thank you so much
So
for
glad to
having
be
me.
here. You're quite welcome. We're gonna say goodbye now. I'm gonna
Yes,
say goodbye to our people. Thank you so much
no
for
problem.
everyone.
Anytime, you know that I'm here. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Bye.
my
Bye,
darling.
everyone. Thank you.
Bye bye, my darlings. My darlings, I believe we can definitely chalk this one up to a very successful day. I'll tell you what, if you were here and you didn't have fun, it's not our fault. We had a lot of fun. And all of our guests today have just been top shelf and so thrilled that everyone could come in. We're thrilled that we could help Mike and onward and upward. I've got to say, these people are just wonderful and just so happy to have them all here. And you know what else? I'm happy to have you here as well. I feel that this is a successful day. Seriously. I believe this has been wonderful. And look at many of you have been here right from the beginning. I mean, how wonderful is that? Thank you so much. It's all about Mike. It's all about Mike. It's all for Mike. And you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. we haven't had the giveaway. Hold on. We need a giveaway. Oh my God. What am I even thinking? Okay, everybody, get ready. I would have said, oh yeah, we're going to have a giveaway. Hang on, my darlings. It's giveaway time. Hold on. Let me get set up for this. Zelda, what is wrong with you? Okay. Good grief. Hang in there. Oh, I just have gotten so busy. Here we are. Let me sign in to the giveaway tool. And we'll go from there. Okay. Let me share this. It's giveaway. Now, this is what I'm going to do. In all fairness, because we've got people that are coming in overnight, I might do another one. So I can catch them as well. But yeah, I put on there, it's a giveaway. Duh, hello. So I'm going to give away a 1-question reading, a video reading with me. If you are the winner, I got lost in the whole day, didn't even think about it. If you are the winner, I want you to email me your name, because I'm going to use some numerology with it too. I want you to give me your name and the sign that you were born under or your birthday. Okay? Okay. So give me that, and then we're just going to, you deserve it. You deserve it. So, okay. So here we go. So, here we go, Zelda. My heck. It's been a lot of fun having each and every, see, I just got lost. Hello. Let me call you sweetheart. There it is, the giveaway tool. Now, there it is. And this is what I want you to put in the chat. Let me think. Just give me a second. Okay, I got it. Hashtag TJ. Oops, sorry. Nope, erase. Nails. TYJ for the young jerks. Okay. There you go, my darlings. Put that in the chat. Do not repeat it over and over and over. Okay. Put that in the chat. Hashtag TYJ to be entered into the drawing. Nightbot is chill. Let's keep going, my darlings. So you will email me if you are the winner at seeingcrime@gmail.com. Thank you, mods. Thank you, everyone. Yes, thank you, Laura, for understanding. One time, please. Thank you. TJY, put it in one time or you'll be disqualified. Standing stones, you're funny. Let's go. TYJ. Make sure you got your spelling correctly, my darlings. TYJ. Let's go. There's only 31? Come on, we can do better than that. Hashtag TYJ. Get a 1-question video reading. Remember, in your reading, no medical, no legal. So you can't ask me if you're pregnant or somebody else is going to get pregnant or what the gender is of anyone, blah, blah. Okay? Yay, standing stones. That's wonderful. Let's go, my darlings. Hashtag TYJ. We'll give it another couple of minutes here. Let's go. I think we need to call this day a success, don't you? This has been a wonderful day, making so many new friendships, having a lot of fun. This is wonderful. Ah, Mitchell, you're so funny. What am I having for dinner? Thank you, Melissa, for asking. You know what? I really don't know. I had something in the crock pot and I don't feel like it. Did you ever do that? Did you ever put something and then all of a sudden you just don't feel like it? That's kind of where I am right now. Hand sandwich of the day. TYJ, my darlings, come on. Let's get at least another couple. This has been a huge success. And yes, it has been a heck of a lot of fun. Way to go. What's in the crock pot? It is homemade stroganoff, like the sauce. And then I was going to put pasta with it. But I don't know if I feel like it. DoorDash may be in my future. DoorDash may be in my future. I want to put my feet up. My ankle is swelling, for one thing. I think I've been sitting too long. You know what my problem is? I'm going to tell you this. I sit and my chair, I sit at my chair and then I put my legs, like crook them underneath my chair. That's not good for circulation. The kitties are quiet. They have been fed. Sam is watching outdoors. It's getting ready to rain. The rest of them are watching cat TV. Oh, I'll tell you what I've got here. Y'all keep going because I see some people coming in. I have, look at this. Look at this. Some of you may not like this, but you know, we're gearing up for, look at this. Look what I've got. Blue cheese stuffed olives. And to tell you the truth, I would just prefer, oops, oh, let me get this back. Let me get this back. I did the wrong one, Zelda. I would just literally would prefer to just eat like this tonight. Have a couple of olives, a cool glass of tea. I'm going to eat one right now, so forgive me. These are blue cheese. I can't have the garlic. Does something to me. Not to worry. The lasagna recipe, I'm sorry, yes, that lasagna and the stroganoff recipe will be in the cookbook. I've got some barbecue pickles. Oh, they are good. We need 2 more. I don't drink, but these olives taste like they need a drink. Does that make sense? I love it. 2 more entries. Cheese and crackers. There you go. Come on, mods, get in there. You guys need them too. Y'all love my sauce. I don't drink, but Nicola. Thank you so much. We have 50. Okay, last call, my darling. Here, we're getting ready to draw. Shaken, not stirred. Amen. Are you ready? Let's draw. Here we are. Mom W2 2015. When you email me, because most of you don't use your screen names, and then I don't know who you are. So, winner. Wow, hello. They are good. Mom W 2015. Let me know who you are. Let me know that, hey, I'm the winner. You get one question. Listen, I don't need to drink. I can't drink physically. So when you email me, my darling, when you email me, seeing crime, email me and say, I am Mom W 2015. I just won your thing. We will be doing some EVPs on Thursday night, maybe a little bit. And then, well, Mom W, my darling, you did now. You did now, so email me. There you go. FYI, the last donation I counted is from Karen. Okay, just so you know where I left off. Okay, and some still may be coming in, so we will continue to count. You did good. I'm so proud of you. We showed up, didn't we? We showed up and we showed out. I love it. I love it. One question on the video. Anne says the moon fate reading was the first thing that she ever had won. I'm so happy. Thank you. It's been a very successful day, my darlings. I want to thank you. I'm going to play a couple of intros because, you know, our outros, hello. Our adrenaline is all going crazy. I'm going to try to find an old movie. I'll tell you what, I wish on AMC, what is that? The Scare Fest or whatever. I think I'm going to try to find something like the old Frankenstein or Mummy or Wolf, or I'm going to put my feet up. I'm going to have a glass of iced tea. I'm going to decide what I want to eat because I don't feel like the stroganoff, so we'll keep that for tomorrow. And get ready for tomorrow because, as Scarlett says, tomorrow is another day. I want to thank each and every one of you, my darlings, for coming out here. This has been so fun. It has been my honor to be here for all of you, and especially for Mike today. We've been here, 5 hours? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I don't think I could have gotten, I think Will's got the prize for that one. Next Monday, I'm going to do on True Oracle. Make sure that you have got something on my glasses. I have to get up close because I can't see. Make sure that you have your memberships on True Oracle, my darlings, because I'm going to do the readings over there next Sunday. We'll get everything together. We're going to start reading. this is going to be a great week, and we're going to start gearing up for our 31 days of October. Something is going to be happening every day, I hope, until Halloween. This is going to be fun. So yes, it has been a very fast 5 hours. So thank you so much for being here. Now you can see my gray hair. Good. So my darlings, thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. This has been great, and you are welcome. Bilbo will be watching with me. He definitely will be. So thank you, Nicola. Nicola, thank you. Thank you. So here we go. I'm going to play a couple of outros for you. So, okay, just to let us come down a little bit, and then I'm going to say goodbye to you. So have a good evening, everyone. Enjoy yourself, and thank you so much for your generosity. And I know Mike is happy too. Thanks again, my darlings. Let me get my outro, and I will see you soon.
They'll tell you the facts are clear, but the truth always flickers between the lines. In every shadow, there's a secret that refuses to stay buried. Clues hide in symbols, and sometimes even fate won't show its hand. Voices echo not just from the living, but from the silence they leave behind. I'm Lady Zelda. This is Seeing Crime, where what's hidden doesn't stay hidden for long. Until next time, keep watching.